Testing, testing, testing. Everyone in Zoom and YouTube can hear me? Testing. I want to see a response in the chat. Good morning, everyone. A pleasant good morning. They're replying, excellent. All right, so it does work. Yeah. Yes, he's here. I'm about to begin, Trevor. I don't. Trevor, all right, we're going to get started.
Recording in progress.
All right, a pleasant good morning and welcome to day number 3 of this cyber data protection workshop. We have been having a wonderful 2 days so far with some very enlightening next steps that we want to, at the end of today at least, be able to recognize as clear takeaways from the session. I trust you who are here from Monday until today, you know, you're feeling the energy of what we are doing, and you can actually take this back into your own schools and institutions as a part of the next steps coming out of the 3-4 day forum that we are having here. This morning's session, the panel that we're going to have, we have no strangers to the panel this morning, which requires necessarily new introductions. We should be having Chevenise Arnold. I know there's a bit of traffic on the road coming into UTech this morning. Myself, you have Sir Trevor Forrest, you have Mr. Chuck Cameron, and you have Mr. Nooks. Before we begin, I literally want to use the opportunity in a moment ahead of the panel, seeing that 1 or 2 members are not here just yet, to give a sense of what we had agreed on in day 1, day 2. So the workshop we are going to be running from UTech over a 6-week period through the cybersecurity research group is for the data protection officers. And I just want to say that quickly from now as we go through the day, but they have articulated a short program outline. We are looking to start this within a month of this forum. We have to give it a month's time to prepare, to allow audience with all the teachers across the 7 regions, but just for those who are here, both face-to-face and on Zoom and YouTube, a sense of the fact that this 6-week data protection course will cover, just by summary, a few important areas. We want to ensure that we do a more granular assessment of the data protection regulations, looking at the GDPR, making comparisons with our own data protection, and what the rules for enforcement will be, along with the California Privacy Act, as well as another one of the options. There are quite a few of them, but the idea is that when we do the deep dive, this is a rough outline based on what we have in our current curriculum here at the University of Technology, Jamaica, as a guide or terms of reference. Key concepts in data protection, you would have heard some of these things this week, from the elements of personal data, data processing, the data subjects. We'll be looking at the 8-point principle of the data protection in more detail, with some case assessment and studies. We're looking at understanding the various types of data that, organizations collect, because when schools are going to be engaging with data, it's not just the internal stakeholders, but we also have to collect and process and store data from third parties. And those third parties, we need to understand how to treat with those pieces of data. And exercising data mapping and inventory is very important as a part of the course curriculum that we will have. So coming out of the 6-week program, the idea is that when we go through the weekly assessments, we will be focusing on a deep dive on some of these activities, the equivalent of data flows, how the data controllers work, and how the data processors work. In our curriculum, traditionally, we do deep dive case studies on how those engagements are supported. And of course, these assessments, these classes will come with assessments to support completion, a certificate of completion versus a certificate of participation as a part of the outcome. So consistent with what we were saying over those 2 days just now, the idea is that you just need to get a quick sense of where the content in the curriculum will be coming from. We have to do a deep dive on privacy impact assessments. You probably would have heard Georgia Henlin and Shanice Arnold on Monday speaking to some of that. The very specifics of that will require a deep dive. So the 30, what did I say again? It was 30 data protection officers to be trained over a 6-week curriculum. This is the response to that intended 6-week curriculum. We'll organize the details to flash the start date beginning in a month's time, and as a part of the intention. So that 6 weeks will start in a month to run very likely until the mid to the end point of May, because the response has to be urgent, given that come end of November, there is enforcement. So we'll be looking at evaluating and mitigating privacy risks. So these are the elements of the classes that will come in the 6-week program, which is adopted from our core curriculum. We look at data subject rights, very specifically, rules of erasure of data. You hear about the 30-year retention period and all of these things. We look very carefully at how the data subject information is accessed and the rules of erasure, right? So for example, when you tell Google to remove your data, by law, they have to remove it, based on the rule. But in computing, traditionally, nothing gets deleted really, in terms of what is stored in places. So that is something that we'll do a deeper dive in. We look at developing the procedures for handling the data subject requests. So all of these things in terms of a deeper dive, if we are doing this for the schools, it means that these data protection officers who will be serving in the regions have to understand in a granular way what is involved as a part of the daily operation to support the schools. Okay, so this is the response mechanism I'm identifying. Erasure compliance and response deadlines and the various requirements. So it's a lot of work in 6 weeks. We have to work out with e-learning and UTech and the Ministry of Education and Youth, how we engage that select starting set of administrators and our teachers who will serve as the data protection officers. A very important, I heard Sir Nooks mentioning yesterday the differences about the elements of a data breach versus a cybersecurity breach, and the distinction. We want to do a deeper dive into that, because when you're practicing this out there in the space, you have to really know the differences so they are not confused. And it's clear that the two legislations are Siamese twins, as I use Mr. Nooks' terms, right? As a reference point to that, understanding the legal requirements for breach notification and looking at the measures to to implement and prevent these type of breaches, and an impact assessment of the breaches will also be done. So these are things that the data protection officer needs to know. And from our core curriculum for the teachers, we are putting this forward as a part of what will be some of those learning outcomes that you'll be guided by as a part of the 6-week training. By week 6, we should be able to support the data protection officer looking very carefully at audits. We're not asking you to be an internal auditor based on the standards of traditional regular auditing, but this is what is called data auditing. And that data auditing has procedures. And where those data auditing has procedures and practices, we have to take that team of administrators and our teachers who will serve as the DPAs to be able to respond to that. Because when the Office of the Information Commissioner comes for responses from institutions, the argument in terms of the coding by the institution will have to reflect this type of understanding. So the idea is that at the end of the 6 week, we should be able to do all this work at the end of the 6 weeks that I'm putting forward. We'll plan that start date from a month, and we'll do the 6 weeks from a month's time, seeing that the exigency of the matter is that if we have an outcome for those data protection officers by May being trained, we would have achieved the target e-learning. We would have achieved the target of, in a very short time, of supporting the outcome. So we have this in our curriculum. I just took a synopsis out based on the lesson planning that we traditionally provide for our students in the core of the computing curriculum under the information systems and cybersecurity track, what the students will be expected to complete. And this is consistent with what we've been hearing over the 2 days, right? And I will agree that this 4 days is really the start and not the end. So the 6-week program will have this particular outcome. I just bringing that to your attention very early so you have a context of where we have been building the content from. We also have, for your benefit, I've actually put together as well a cybercrime act workshop, but I'll discuss that later, right? Not to use up any more time. So in other words, if people know me well, I like to have these tangible, measurable targets of opportunity. So I do also have a Cybercrime Act workshop that follows on from yesterday's session, a 3-day workshop. But I'll use somewhere in one of the breaks in the afternoon to share that with the community and not share too much at one point in time. No, this morning's session, I know the panel members, it's now 4 minutes to 9, but I just wanted to preface the comments of what I have to say with that. Okay. Am I still sharing? All right. All right, so on Zoom. All right, so in this morning session, we are going to, and I'm asking my colleagues who are managing the streaming that everything that I have on screen is what is being seen on Zoom. Just to confirm that everybody's on Zoom is still seeing what I'm currently speaking about. I'm now reverting to the full agenda. I know those who are here with me are seeing my screen. All right, just a minute, please. Okay, thank you. Just Right, so I'm now sharing on both Zoom and in person. So very specifically, what we are going to now move to is a panel discussion on the action plan. The action plan. The parties who are here need no new introduction. We have Trevor Forrest from 876 Technology Solutions, the CEO and founder of that entity. We have here as well Mr. Andrew Nooks, information security consultant, should I consider that, but and data protection consultant, the short version. And I want us to, but he's going to moderate the session. Mr. Nooks, you're going to moderate this session this morning. Am I correct? No? All right, hold on. Just I realized that I saw Mr. Nooks looking up very carefully. Yeah, it's two separate sessions. All right. Yes, we're going to do the first one now. So, but in the absence of, just to manage the time, it means that I may have to moderate this first session. Chevenix is not with us just yet, but I do recognize and respect that we have a very involved schedule today, still here for day 3. So I think everybody can see the panel members. I'm going to ask the panel members who are here, in this case, Mr. Forrest and Mr. Nooks, to come front and center. And I'm sure right. Good morning. Good morning. So the focus will come off of me very shortly as your host. And just to make sure I'm testing that everybody who is here is okay, you're seeing everything. We're going to have a discussion now on, based on where we have been over the last 2 days, coming into this Wednesday morning. The idea is that we need to look at the creation of an action plan. But before we develop an action plan, we have to ask ourselves, what exactly is an action plan? You start with a definition. What exactly is an action plan? I don't want to be up here telling you what an action plan should be, and it's not properly defined. So let's get a correct input from the stakeholders. So how are you managing the session to see our panel members? I need to, so the conversation, the conversation should now shift to the panel. I have Mr. Cameron, I have Mr. Nooks, and I have Mr. Forrest. And I'm going to turn this over to them in a sense, in a moment, to each give. So I just want to make sure that for streaming purposes, this is live recorded. I no longer have to be doing the improvisation that I had been doing yesterday. So it must now mean excellent, excellent. So I can see everything, excellent. So the conversation we're going to have this morning, gentlemen, as a start, what exactly would you consider an action plan? Just reflecting on the last 2 days and in the context of the conversations that we've been having, where do we start when we talk about an action plan? I'm going to probably give Trevor the privilege of going first to help us to define that as we make the necessary notes as we go through today's session. Thank you.
All right, great. Good morning, everybody, in person and online. So, I mean, let's keep it really simple, right? An action plan is really a detailed outline of the different things that you have to do, the different things that you have to consider to achieve a particular goal. In our case, we're talking about compliance with data protection and also securing your environment from the standpoint of cybersecurity. So what your action plan really boils down to is almost like a checklist of things that you must do in order to get to that end point of protection and compliance. And I think, you know, that's as clear as I can make it and as simple as it needs to be.
Yeah, just to summarize what Trevor just said, it's really what is to be done, who is going to do it, and by when it is to be done. And in this context, you know, the what it to be done is registration of data controllers with the Office of the Information Commissioner. Who is to do it? All data controllers. When it is to be done by, it is to be done by November 30th, 2023. So, you know, those are the components of an action plan.
So I think we've made some assumptions. So even before, because when we heard Trevor speak to the goal and Andrew speak to the goal, I don't know that we have consensus as to what it is we want to achieve. Right. So I think some time and energy has to be. We spent 2 days building awareness around the issues, looking at the legal framework and look at what has to be done. But there must be, well, we need to define who the stakeholders are. And yesterday, Mr. Lee said that there are things to be done. I will own it. I don't know if it was clear what things need to be done, but we have a owner of something. So I think there needs to be consensus as to what this grouping is or what this grouping represents and what it is this grouping wants to achieve specifically. It must be one solitary objective. One of the greatest demonstrations of leadership and achieving literally a moonshot objective was when President Kennedy said, "We're going to the moon." That was very clear. He was not an astrophysicist or a scientist, but it was very clear from a government perspective where all the resources were to be directed and what it is we're trying to achieve. So I think that very clear singular objective needs to be agreed upon, identified and agreed upon, and then we can speak about an action plan to achieve that.
And I think for the benefit of what we want to accomplish here, because I believe on Monday, there was a teacher here who was quite concerned about where is the stuff on paper.
Documentation.
I'm here for a workshop for you to tell me what to do. And I think we're here to provide now in this session guidance for some school administrators, educators as it relates to becoming or getting their schools compliant for Data Protection Act, and also ensuring that their environment is secure so that they can mitigate the threats that will bring them into breach if they are not managed properly. So I think for the purposes of the discussion and also for the benefit of those attending, we have 2 or 3 key areas: data protection, cybersecurity/cybercrime, because that is what I think everybody is here to get a clearer understanding of as to how we do that. Again, how that is done for those specific spaces is not something that's a core competency of teachers or school administrators. So we're here to help them understand that. So starting with defining what an action plan is, as Andrew said, who, what the goal is, the timelines, the resources, and so on. Those are the different things that we look to kind of iron out so that you have a clear understanding of how to proceed when you are now going to actually execute this thing. You need to know some very important things. And I mean, it's no different from action plans for other kinds of things that and initiatives you have to do in school. It's just that when we start to get into the weeds of doing it, there are some specifics as it relates to each space, data protection, compliance, cybersecurity, and attendant legislation for cybercrime that we will have to zero in on.
Excellent. So on screen, both here in person and Zoom and YouTube, just quickly trying to capture what the panel has been saying and trying to be proactive here is to do a mapping of what then constitutes a suitable action plan template. I want to thank my team for preparing this template. And I just took the note of one person online who indicated what the elements should be. So the objective, you know, the strategic activities, targets, timelines, persons involved, or you call them actors, right? Expected outputs and resources. Is this a correct template?
Like to add one thing to this, and I know it's a novel activity in Jamaica because we don't like to measure, but there needs to be a component for measuring what we've done or how well we've done it, and continuously measuring and checking what we're doing. So measurement component needs to be in this plan outline. Sorry? Oh, okay, yeah, I didn't see I didn't see it. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, man. Yeah, no, it's a necessary component to ensure that you're actually accomplishing what you set out to do. Yeah.
Okay, so we're starting the conversation. One of the activities therefore today is to make sure we document some of what we are saying in this session, very specific to what is the content of this action plan. So we have objectives, we have strategic activities, we have targets. So we start with the objective. Is that correct? We start with the objective. We start with the objective. So seeing that this is a participatory activity and a panel, the panel will have views, you yourselves will have views, both in person and online, to help fashion this. So I'm going to go back then to the panel first, given that you have given this definition, clear definition. What then is the first objective?
Well, any objective that you set in as Chuck alluded to, the objective has to be very specific, right? It has to be very specific. As the Chuck example is that, hey, the US said we're going to the moon. That's very specific, right? It has to be measurable. Trevor alluded to the measure. There's no action plan or any objective without it being measurable. But then you also have to look at whether or not, you know, we are putting our hat where we can't reach it. Is it attainable? Is the objective realistic? And is it time bound? In other words, any objectives, any goals, anything like that we set, we have to ensure that it is smart, right? Specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time bound.
So again, before we can even speak about the objectives.
Yes,
We want to know who are we, this grouping, because the idea is to find the consensus of the objective of this grouping. So what does this constituency represent? Is this UTech objectives? Is this the school's objectives? Are these going to translate into e-learning Jamaica objectives? Is this a ministry objectives? What does this body constitute?
So what I hear you're asking, Chuck, is how do we contextualize this discussion? Because this can go in any direction based on the number of groupings that we have here. But I think the discussion started from the perspective of data protection and cybersecurity in schools. So let me not say in schools. Trevor just corrected me. It's for educators. And it's not just about teachers, but it's about all the stakeholders that's involved in education. That would be my context, so to speak, in pulling this together. So you're absolutely right, Chuck. If we don't have that context to narrow the focus, then we can go wide and varied.
Yeah, I was just gonna make one comment that I think this has to evolve immediately into an action pack group. So it's gonna be, I don't want to say committee, but an action group towards implementation of the Data Protection Act, and I would say by extension the Cybersecurity Cybercrimes Act. So I think we have to define what our overall arching role would be, and I think it would be that of a steering committee, a working group towards implementation of the Data Protection and Cybercrimes Act, or better understanding the Cybercrimes Act. But
in
certainly,
schools or
well, in educational institutions, but to be honest, I can't see it stopping there, because yesterday we spoke about the whole matter of private, public engagement. So, but I think that one of the key things as an action we have to do is define what is it that we are, as Chuck alluded to. And I see it more as the group that is focused on implementation.
Permit me, Chairman, to just add a few things. Morning, ladies and gentlemen, Chris Record of various hats. My name is on the thing for later, not right now. No, man. Andrew was holding the mic and he was up here. Just allow me. And down there, I don't have anywhere to put my coffee and my phone and my book and all them things there. So, ladies and gentlemen, one of the things that we have to also consider is that there are official organizations out there already that have the mandate to do some of the things that we're talking about. No, the unique thing that we are doing here, it's joined up. And Senator said it yesterday, but she used the term joined up government. So what I think our unique place is, Professor Thorpe, right, in pulling this together is that there's a merging, and Andrew just said it a while ago, there's a merging of the awareness around data protection, which is, that is the mandate of the Office of the Information Commissioner, right? There is something on the cybersecurity strategy. I don't know whose office that falls under, specifically who? CERT, okay, so again, so for those who don't know, CERT is a team of how many, Trevor? All right, someone has their hand up in here and says it's a team of one. The Office of the Information Commissioner, it's less than a handful that needs to serve a nation of 3 million, just for perspective. The office that is supposed to, has the responsibility to make the nation aware of the Data Protection Act right now is an office of 3. up until yesterday when I last checked, right? I don't know who has the mandate for the Cyber Crimes Act in terms of public awareness. Where is that? Okay, so MSET was said a while ago, Ministry of Science, Energy and Technology. So I'm just raising this for the record, by Chris Record, just to say that, so there are 3 organizations that we have to interact with to ensure that what we are creating some action plan here to do, make sure that we're all on the same page and run in the same direction, right? So that's something that has to be on the agenda. That is not we in a vacuum. So as we move through today in coming up with this action plan, I heard Andrew with the SMART acronym saying it has to be smart. Yes, but we have to make sure that it's also inclusive, right? Because I know we want, right? And the gentleman from, I think he was from Knox yesterday, or the gentleman from yes, yeah, said, guys, but this is massively important. We need to, this can't just be here in this room alone. Correct. So they are organizations. But Professor Thorpe, this was brought together because we realized that there was a gap in the education area. So we have to make a decision that we're going to put up our hand with this group to reach out to all of those other people to say, all right, you have a big mandate. We're going to put up our hand and just assist you in this sector. And we're going to stay focused, laser focused on the education sector, which is a cohort of almost 30,000 teachers and almost, I don't know, Andrew, how many students overall and everything. You're just on 1 million. It sounds plenty because the country's population is 3 million. And if we're just on, 250,000, 500,000 to 250,000 students from all the way. So that's still a massive cohort that we are just saying, let us take this corner here to deal with these 3 things. So it has to be crystal clear, right? And be inclusive with all of those people. And yes, ego's going to get involved at some point in time because somebody going to feel so we'll box out food out of their mouth, right? So we have to be crystal clear and careful with how we say what we will do, when we will do, so forth and so on. So that's my little 2 cents at the beginning while I'm not sitting on the panel over there. Thank you.
Yeah, Chris, I think you left out an arm of the MSET that is currently being worked on, is the ICT authority that, yeah.
Good morning. Okay, so before we move on with the whole objective things, I was very much curious with the organization that should say manage the internet, the distribution of internet in schools. And is it high school, primary and basic? That's one question. Who is it that manage the net distribution of internet in schools?
It's a joint project between the MSET and the Ministry of Energy.
All right, I asked that question based on what we are doing here. Now, if there is a body that manage the internet distribution of internet in schools, well, on my perspective, it is not managed properly. And if we leave here today and not tackle this matter, I think down the line, if there's an attack on high schools going down, high school, primary and basic, then someone might ask, what were we doing if we didn't tackle this matter regarding the management of internet in schools? As I said, it is not done properly based on my knowledge. It is not managed properly based on my knowledge of networking.
So let me address the concerns on that. If you recall in my presentation yesterday, one of the things that you have to do as part of securing your environment, part of that is securing your networks. right? So what is going to emerge from this discussion is what you have to do, who has to do it, and so on, which is what gets outlined here. So I'm pretty certain that at some point in time in this, that will emerge as to, okay, who has to do what, who is responsible for what, because if it is that we have gaps that need to be treated with, then that is part of an action plan, right? Because there are some schools that have, or there are schools that are further along than others. Not everybody is on the same level. But the fact of the matter is there needs to be a clear understanding among all educational institutions, among all educators and managers as to what has to be done, who is responsible for doing it, how long is it going to take to do these things, and so on. So I think your concern will ultimately be addressed in this because it is part of an action plan to
If
get
I
us where
may-
we need to get.
If I may, going to play the role of a little moderator here. I have some very strong views and know the specific gap and even know the specific solution. But we were starting today with just trying to get some objectives. And we came close from, we don't know who we are. And everybody had some input and we ended up with Mr. Record and we were focusing on something. So I don't want us to take us off that track.
Yeah. I understand. As I said, I don't want us to leave here today and this
Yeah,
matter have
must be
been dealt with.
noted.
No, based on, as I was saying, based on my knowledge of networking and when I was doing networking, we used Cisco equipments. Now, if you are say the governing body that manages internet in schools, you should be able to see if
Professor Thorpe, I think you're giving him wholly for discretion because he's your student, because you teach him. Yes, that is why you have empowered him. No, man, I think he's raising some relevant questions, but we are dealing, yeah. But so I wish Professor Thorpe taught me to so I can just.
So, all right, so context then, given what Andrew said earlier, Mr. Lee, we are a steering committee. Is that what we're saying? Because
Yeah.
to develop,
An action plan around education and focus on that. Of course, there are other interested parties or stakeholders who will come on board.
Yes.
Benefit, but I think for our focus on around that, and we ought to establish that we're focused on education. Might spin off in the other areas, but
Focus on education, and I caution you on the use of the word or phrase steering committee.
oh,
Those things have specific meanings.
all right,
Working group
working group.
and so on is
Working.
more flexible and appropriate,
Yes,
but
yes, yes.
steering committee, yeah, it sounds good, but it has meaning. So
Yes,
we need
yes.
to be mindful of.
Working group.
Yes, exactly. But I think we here are to focus on what the thing say. This is in the education sector. And we are creating and helping the education sector and its various organs and management to understand what they need to do in order to, again, become compliant, become secure, and understand what they are now going to be tasked with to make all of these different things happen for data protection and security and all of that. And I think we need to be very focused on that, insofar as what Chuck was asking, who are we? This is what we are here to discuss and to provide guidance on. Because if we're talking about what we don't want to leave here with or without today, teachers, school administrators, educators as a whole need to be able to sit down and say, here are the things that I must do in my organization, school, or so on. In fact, they must be able to tell their boards, right, what they have to do in order to be compliant, be secure. That is what they need to leave here with today. A checklist of what to do and guidance as to how to do it, right? That is something that we need to do. Absolutely, because I'm not sure if the boards and their respective chairmen were invited to this, because listen, this stuff don't start at the principal. Stuff starts above that. But we can get into that a little later. But I think what is important is that we focus on what you need to do, how you need to do it, and all the different check boxes that you have to check off to get to the goal of being compliant and being secure. So we have the objectives: compliance in data protection, securing your environment, and ensuring that all of your different components and touch points facilitate that. All right. So objective, I think we can be clear on what these objectives are. Right?
Well, I think the next step is to start writing them down in terms of how we understand it. Then I put one up based on what Mr. Lee had said earlier, and I said develop a terms of reference for a working group that supports data protection and cybersecurity education for educators. Is that correct? Is that correct?
Hold on.
Hold on, yes.
Yes.
Yes, let me
Right.
hold on, yes.
So while we're doing some very critical work, and I think all of us are sitting in the same position, that we're all from the private sector. So I have a specific commercial interest to make money for my business while solving these problems. So we want to, when we're creating this sort of working group or task group, we want to be mindful that, and I'm speaking for me, while I have a fund, you see how I treat with these issues, there's some real work to be done and there are real life consequences, and I'm very passionate about that. I'm also very passionate about making money for my shareholders and money for myself. So just want us to be mindful of that when we're creating this sort of working group, and want to bring it into that reality and that realm.
Yeah, just one thing, not to just brush over Chuck's point, because I think it's a very valid point when you're talking about private sector entities and how we contribute to different working groups. We're all for the advancement of nation, but we also operate in a particular context. So not to overlay that. I want to go back to something that Trevor mentioned when he spoke about compliance and then cybersecurity. And I keep bringing those two back together because there is a specific requirement in your compliance journey for you to make a statement about how you go about protecting personal data and to describe the measures that you have in place to protect personal data. And that goes to the heart of your cybersecurity or your information security program. So the two actually work hand in hand. It's not one and then the other, or one or the other. It is both. And incidentally, the order that Trevor mentioned it, you know, you deal with data privacy and then that, I think the cybersecurity has to come in tandem with, all right, because a critical part, according to Standard 7, adequate organizational and technical measures has to be in place to demonstrate that you have taken the steps to protect the data that you hold.
Yeah, so I'm going to find myself functioning like an educator's advocate here. What did all that just mean, right? Objective, what are we here to do, right? On a question of what are we here to do? Develop a working group and all of that. Terms of reference, great. That might help the teacher go check off what they need to do in a them classroom. So an objective is to create something for the educator to do in their organization that will make them compliant and secure. That's the third time I've said that. So if we can put that up there to ensure that it is clear that one of the things you are going to be tasked and responsible to do, you see, that this is what we have to draw out, why we have to draw out people, is to create a checklist or guidelines for you to be data protection compliant, and to make your, and another one is to make your organization secure. Would you like to join us too?
Come over here, Sir Andrew.
I like how the panel is evolving. You know?
Yes.
I like how it's evolving.
You're correct, Trevor, but I think that in the first one, it would be, the working group would be towards compliance. So maybe you can add that there, but specifically it needs to, I mean, the checklist and all of that needs to go there, but in the first one, it needs to say for educators towards compliance with respect to the Data Protection Act and Cyber Security Act.
Which is fine. Right. But I just want to make sure that for the working group, when the principal then go back to the school and reason about the working group,
Yes.
they care about what I have to do so that if something happened at my school, I don't get fined some money when I can't pay because I was not compliant.
So just following on the UK, eh?
One second before we go on, right? I know we have two panels this morning, right? I'm supposed to be chairing another panel. I think this panel is specifically to talk about generally action plan and what goes in a general action plan.
Correct.
I think the next panel talks about what goes into an action plan for the educators for this, right? So I think this panel is going to probably just run right into the other based on where we are.
It sounds so. So one of the things that I was introduced to recently was what the UK did when they came out to the GDPR, right? And what they did is the Department of Education created this document, Data Protection, a toolkit for schools, right? So I have not been studying it. I've turned every one of the 103 pages just to kind of look to see what is there. But I think ultimately, going back to that objective and what you said a while ago, Trevor, for schools, I think we may be inspired by this. By the way, for those who don't know, a fair amount of when our laws are being created, one of the things that we do is take a look at what else is happening in the Commonwealth generally, because we're all guided by usually the same type of laws. So even the GDPR was being, even when the Data Protection Act was being worked on from those many, many years ago, that's what we did. So my suggestion is we may want to take a peep at something like this to see what it constitutes, because I think all of the objectives that have been written out so far may be realized, or they may be achieved by coming up with something like this. And then from this now, then we have these various angles all connected back to the institutions. I see our colleague from the University of Technology with the mic.
Yes, thank you very much. The direction we are going in, fine, except that can we spend some time looking at the pillars and structure the objectives in that way? What are the technical measures that schools should have? If you say audit this, audit that, etc. What are the human resource and capacity building requirements? X, Y, Z. What are the regulatory and compliance issues under those four, and the public education? Then when we are able to highlight these specific activities that we'd like to do, then we look and see to what extent some of it can be carried out by existing institutions, where we'd need the private sector support, etc., so that we are very clear as to who, when, and where, because sometimes the who may be within existing resources, and then some of it would be, as you would say, private sector support, so that we're able then to determine when we would have funding, at what level, and the extent of funding that would be required. So if we do that, we wouldn't miss anything from any of the pillars. So if we spend the time now, what are the activities for the technical measures? The audit, the assessment, the this and that. Then I believe the schools and educators, etc., would know, okay, we need to do an audit, we need to do an assessment of this, we need to do this. Is our technical infrastructure. So after we create this checklist now, we can go to see how best to execute. Is it going to be a working group thing, or is it something more? Rather than try to create a group, let us look first at the specific activities, as Mr. Forrest was saying. And then after that, we can then see which is the best entity, structure, also to get specific aspects. So for example, in the technical area, we're going to know that some level of support will be needed from, let's say, industry or the players that will be there. But maybe in public education and awareness, maybe coming out of that information thing and perhaps a toolkit or so, then maybe somebody else or some other group will deal with general public awareness, because that is important as well, because we still want to reach a public profile of this before November, so that parents could be aware, this could be aware. So we want that out in the public as well. So I'm just saying, let us do the checklist and then see which entity.
Gotcha. So here's something we need to be very clear about. So I'm listening very carefully to what you're referring to, right? And you conflated two things. The pillars that were mentioned yesterday were specific to cyber security strategy. Compliance is specific to the data protection legislation, right? Now, it is important to understand that the approaches that you're going to take for data protection and cybersecurity, while connected, are themselves defined, which is why you have two different sessions after this, for an action plan for data protection and an action plan for cybersecurity, although linked. Yes, and what we're doing in this session is defining what an action plan is and what we have to consider. Next, we will go into the action plan for each specific, what is supposed to be the objective. Our objectives are these things: compliance with Data Protection Act when it comes into effect, and securing your environment. So because, I mean, I have a list of things and I have a checklist that I give to clients for this sort of thing for compliance with securing your environment, right? But we don't want to get into that because here, Mr. Moderator, we're supposed to be talking about action plan and what an action plan entails. Now, when you talk about objective, let us say this, we kind of outline, not at a national level, because we're talking about what the administrators for the school organizations need, right? We've been talking national, but can we focus on what you and your colleagues need to go back to your respective organizations with to start the process of getting it done? Because when December 1 come, we're not supposed to be having this discussion. You're supposed to know what it is you're supposed to be doing or would have started doing, right? So we don't really want to talk about national. We're talking about local now, as in what you have to do in your school to get these things done, right? That's the objective here. After we define that, we need to talk about now, generally in a school, who does this? Is that person there? Are those resources there? And if they are not, how are we going to find them? Do we have to go and create new positions? And that kind of stuff, generally, right? Because let me tell you this, a huge number of schools, whether it's primary all the way up to tertiary, don't have dedicated chief information officers.
True.
Right? They do not have that person who is in charge of their technology plant. They don't have it. So when we're talking about compliance with data protection, well, the law says that you should have a data protection officer. It doesn't have to be in-house, but you need to have one. Schools need to know that they have to have one. Resources. So we need to kind of go through and orient school administration with the different things that they're going to need generally when they're thinking about this action plan. And then in the next 2 sessions, we get specific for data protection and security.
Yeah, Trevor, just a second. May I get your name, please? May I get your name, please?
Don McNeil, yes.
But may I just clarify what I would have meant by that? I'm not trying to conflate, but say you have at least 1,000 schools. The reason I referred to, I'm just saying we are guided in terms of structure in terms of the strategy, how we communicate. Our communication cannot be limited to trying to do one school at a time. There are some schools where you are dealing with the administrators, but the teachers need to be aware. They handle data. So when I talk about the awareness and public education, something running, whether you want to say for a month, in the summer, whatever that strategy is, that's going to be important at the national level, because you are not only reaching the teachers, the 20 or 30,000 teachers at the same time, while you are giving specific competencies to administrators, but also the parents, the importance of their record, their grades, etc. So if we are going to take it at that level, it means that we are going to say something to, let's say, school board, the administrator, but we are not going to reach the constituents where the breach will take place with the best of plans, because that person may not be able now to give the message in the full way to the entire staff. And we have about 1,000 schools. So that is so I'm not going outside of education. It might benefit persons in general, but we have the parents and we have the school boards in general who will benefit from this awareness and public education. Whether you're going to do it for a month, whether you're going to do it for 2 months, and who will be willing to resource that at that level.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, we have to look at it in a very holistic way to cover everything.
Yeah, Don, thanks a lot. As you spoke, in your first first communication there, what you outlined are the steps in terms of developing an action plan, which is what this topic is about. Because you spoke about the goals for one, you spoke about identifying what needs to be done and the resources to get that done, and then the tasks involved in that. A part of doing that is also prioritizing those tasks to be done and to do somewhat of a gap between what resources you need, what resources you have, and where you're going to source those resources from, which is not different from what we ought to be talking about here from the general sense. What I hear Trevor saying is that, in the sessions to come, the other session this morning and in the session this afternoon, we're going to be zeroing in on the specifics for data privacy as it relates to schools or educators, and zeroing in on cybersecurity and making the linkages between those as necessary as we go along. So I think we're all saying the same thing. We're just entering the conversation at varying points of details.
So just to bring us back on track, so we're very clear with our constituents. It is data protection, compliance, and cybersecurity for educators. Very, very, very clear. And while we wanted to avoid creating a vehicle and first jump to identifying specific activities, because the reality is there is no one checklist you can just do that, especially from a data protection perspective. So I think it is critical that we do create or define that vehicle, and that vehicle that we have discussed and understood that there are technical words and technical meanings. I think that vehicle is a working group. And then now we can get into the objectives. So the objectives for the working group is very clear. Now we can start talking about, and I don't know, we can now start talking about the actions plan, the strategic activities for the working group to achieve data protection and cybersecurity.
As a matter of fact, Chuck, consistent with what you have said and listening to all panelists so far, online is saying they love number one. People are hitting back, I'm seeing the responses from the chat that they love number one. And Vivian is asking, just let us ensure that we have clarity with the template. All the elements that we have indicated in the template, we should go across it to make sure there's a clear understanding of what the terms mean as suggested in the template, so that, in getting all the stakeholder involvement into what will then come in the subsequent sessions is clearly understood. So I think that is an excellent point. But I am seeing here that everybody likes number one. And what Trevor said is also important, So I guess where we are now is, if you take number one, generally, you want to start with it then, Chuck. What are the strategic activities? Is that what you're suggesting? Is that correct in what you're suggesting?
Oh, in terms of identifying strategic.
Yes,
Because for me, I see this as a brainstorming session, and I'm not clear with the definition, the agenda item, if you could share with me what are the agenda topics for the other session.
Like I said, this thing is supposed to be talking about an action plan in general. After that, you speak to the action plan for each space. So yes, we need to, if we are in agreement that these are the objectives.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Which I think,
I think so.
we are.
Yes.
Then the next thing to do now is at a high level,
Take number
what
one.
are the things generally
Yes,
that you have to do in furtherance of this general action plan, right? And then after that, you have when it needs to be done by, and bear in mind, each one of these things, data protection has a timeline. Cybersecurity generally has a timeline, but data protection
it's very urgent.
has a definitive
It's
timeline,
on a critical path.
right?
Yes, yes.
These are the general things in this action plan that need to be clear.
So in terms of objectives and this last segment from the last thing, so it must be,
Hold on, Mike, Ashok.
oh, sorry. It must be, in my mind, that one objective is for all schools, and we want to define school, whether the public and private and what. So we need some definition around that for all schools. So if this working group can ensure that all schools are in a position to register by December 1, for me, that's a very,
That's specific.
right, that's very, very specific.
Capture that in the next session.
So that's what I'm not, so there's some.
This is general action plan information.
Yes, try.
And we tend to do that, but that will be specific,
Yes.
right? Specific objective in action plan for data protection and compliance. You
Okay.
must be registered by this date.
In terms of taking this session any further, then, to my mind, we only agree or disagree with the headings in this template. Anything else would be.
Yes, yes. We'll be on to work.
In
Yes.
conversation.
So in other words, as the panel is suggesting and as what you say online, do we agree with what we have in the template?
Okay, yes.
Yes, absolutely. We
If
do.
we agree with what we have in the template, we can check that off
Yes.
and say, well, okay, all right,
But what may be necessary and outside of just us agreeing,
yes.
we may understand what all this stuff means. But we need to make sure that our audience
Yes.
understands what strategic objective entails.
Yes, so I think we want.
Generally, in
Yes,
a general sense.
Yes, yes, I think we should take up those terms
In
now
a
and
general sense.
share with the, yes, excellent point, Trevor.
Right, in a general sense, what these things entail and what they mean.
Correct,
in a
sir.
general sense,
Correct, sir.
because this template is going to guide the next two sessions
Correct.
in their specific nature. So if we can then move to strategic objectives, what those typically would be, generally in an action plan, then that's kind of what we just want to have a general understanding across the audience about.
So if I may, so I'm having a challenge with the commercial and the government approach thing now. And I think Chris can assist and Trevor with that cross straddling both sides and Andrew. Because is which one objective? So objective is the first thing we're supposed to be starting with, as opposed to strategic objective, because we are supposed to be having this discussion around naming now and those headings. Is that
No, it's strategic activities.
okay? Strategic activity.
Activities, yes. So,
Right.
right. So tied to the objective is your strategic activities.
Okay.
So Trevor was explaining what really, in a general sense, this means, right? Isn't that what you're doing? Yeah. You're
Just
explaining-
what you need to do. And again, it's not like educators and administrators are not familiar with this kind of thing. We just want to say, look, here is what the activities mean, right? That's all.
Yeah, so
I need to go no further than that.
I'm crystal clear on what Chuck's challenge is. If you go back to any sort of strategic planning session, what generally happens, I mean, usually for organizations, is that there is mission, vision, and all this kind of stuff first. And then there's the big, broad strategic objectives for the period, whatever. And then you come down now to bam, 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 it goes all the way down, right? So as a practitioner of OKRs, I know you understand that wording matters sometimes. Your internet is now unstable, sir. Anyway, wording matters. So I think what is here, objectives, strategic activities, targets, as long as whether we go and create some sort of a, we call it again, something that shows what the meaning of all of these things are. So if you're of an OKR mindset, if you are of a such and such mindset, you know which one is connected to it. So I do hear what he's saying.
So to bring it back to, I don't think we may need to solve that problem. We have the 2030 goals, and the government has done a lot of work in breaking out that sort of goals and vision and objective and targets. I think if we could adopt that same template that is used for the 2030 vision that is assigned to each entity, if that is not the exact same thing, I think that's a template that fits very nicely within the national framework. Someone had asked a question. Sorry.
Thank you, Colleen UTech. I wanted to ask, seeing that we're at the first objectives and it's developing a terms of reference for a working group that supports the data protection, since especially the data protection has a definite timeline of December 1st, and we're doing this for the educators. Can't we roll out like different conferences and base it based on regions? So like region 1 schools, and then you have like the stakeholders, whether it be the principals or they designate someone to come to those conferences, and so that they're trained. And then they would then take it back to their schools for the rollout to meet by the December 1st timeline as the strategic activity.
So at the risk of you sounding specific, your thinking is correct, right? You may have to do activities generally to engage at the different district association. That's what the regions, right? Generally, that's what we need to do. Engage regions as it relates to data protection and cybersecurity. General. Now, when you get to the action plan for data protection, you get specific. It have to happen before December 1. But you're absolutely correct. We need to formulate or establish engagement sessions or workshops within the regions to sensitize them. Yes, that's the government word, right? Sensitize them to these objectives. And that right there speaks to strategic activities.
Okay.
Like, so you want
So
to
it
go,
fits-
you want to put it down so that it is there. Yeah.
Hold on.
You have an assistant to
That-
type up
oh,
that file.
That's actually going into
that-
the how, right? That's going into the how the objectives are going to be met before we even define the objectives. Right now, what we're focusing on is to ensure that the headings that we have
Are consistent.
here are the meaning, as one of your online reps said, and Trevor reiterated, that we all have a consistent
Objective.
interpretation
That's
of what
right.
each of these headings are.
Mr. Nooks is right. Yes.
So if we're talking about objectives and we're talking about strategic activities, is it the activities that's going to meet the objectives that we're talking about? And in Chris
That's
mentioned
correct.
in my world, that would be objective and the key results, the measurable results to attain those objectives, right? And when we're talking about targets, what are we talking about there? What are we targeting?
No, not target.
Is it just the groups, or is it, it probably is more than that, you know?
Huh?
So, okay, but before we continue,
But
One interpretation, Miss
So.
Mr. Graham is actually making notes there on the strategic activities. No, you have objectives and strategic activities to support the objectives. We're playing on words, you know,
No, but the play on words is very crucial because when you go out and you want to have that consistent messaging,
yes,
you know, it akin to you calling that device there a podium and
Oh.
somebody calling it a table.
okay. So, Mr. Graham, probably what you should state there is strategic objective and then you have activities. Is that what we're saying?
Sure. How about we do that?
Yes.
Solves a big problem
Major
there.
problem solved right there.
So let's just do that.
Yes, correct. So we solve that problem. And just remove the word a strategic from before activities, and I think we eliminate
Strategic
that
objectives, all right.
concern right away.
So is everybody okay with activities now? Just,
Yes, I think we're on the same page, right? This is a very good class for keeping, man.
yeah, man.
Huh?
And we need to get feedback from our audience externally. Guys, don't be afraid to
Yes.
chime in.
Yes, what are they saying there? Let me read it quickly. I made the point on Monday. If it is not if it is not remunerated for one position in a school, that will be, all right, so the remuneration is a separate matter. We're going to discuss it under funding. We're going to discuss that point under funding, Christopher Souter, who made the point. And I'm seeing where Mrs. Marcia McDonald, the terms can be used, general objectives or strategic objectives, which is what we have done, Marcia. We have just made that observation of point. So thank you for that input. One objective, acquire data protection officer. All right, so so those are things, Rosemary, we will take in the specific sessions that are to come, and consistent with Chuck's point earlier, that it must fit within that national framework.
So
Yes.
I've just drawn it, I'm looking at the Vision 2030 and how they have set out their plans and the headings they have used. So just to share them with you. So they have sector outcomes. So one thing could be work group outcomes. Then they have strategies. Then they have actions. Then they have responsible stakeholders and time frame. That's the framework that they're working with. And because at the time when this 2030 strategy was developed, we didn't have a constitutional right to information and privacy. We did not have a Data Protection Act. This was not contemplated. So I'm jumping the gun into the next session. But if we were to align it with this framework, we can now present this to the government for inclusion into the 2030 vision.
Okay, so that's a great point. Listening to you and mapping back to what I see on the screen there, it sounds like we have an alignment. Would you say? And
Is it target groups versus is it target number of activities, target
yes. What does the national framework say, Chuck?
It doesn't address that.
Listen,
Right.
with all due respect on that thing is missing some critical components because measurement is not in there.
So we can expand. on this.
So we are expanding, and if the people who, and I'm not including nothing into this, it's right already. If anybody needs to morph this into something that is cohesive with the goals and aspirations of that, the technocrats can do it.
So let's help them though. We can help them.
We're helping them because we're actually creating this.
Cool.
So targets, we need to be clear on what targets are or mean and so on. Yes. This is assuming that activities, we still don't put the activities thing inside there.
Okay, so let's repeat that activity.
No. We just wanted to generally define some activities,
Exactly.
what the activities are. And she
Colleen, yes.
Colleen?
Yes.
Yeah, she had a good general.
Say it again, Colleen.
Different workshops or conferences like this one.
Right, so that's one thing. Engage key stakeholders, type that in. But she had a thing where
By the different regions, so
right.
that you can.
engage regions. No, not about what you engage in. You're going to engage the region.
And the reason why I said regions,
No.
mainly because you have a timeline, which is December 1st.
Yeah, but that is specific. But we need to engage because what the education sector have is regions. Right? So, yeah, man. Yeah, but so if you want to keep it general and say just engage the key stakeholders. Yeah. Yes, which makes it about the education sector,
Right.
right?
And the learning point I'm getting
Alright,
from this,
fine.
is that when we go into the specific sessions, we're going to do a more granular
Yes,
assessment.
that's the idea.
Of
Yes.
what is here.
Is there anything else anybody would contemplate as an activity? I mean, I could come up with two, but my friend over there, I waiting for you.
Hold on, let me get back to Dawn.
Yeah, man. Yes, yes. Right. So there is some
Budget around it in respect of the ministry. You see, with the details and so on is not the key thing. If they're able to know what are these activities that we have to do, and they can be able to think about it. But I'm also saying, when you go into the regions, we have to talk about the experience. It does not get to the constituents. And that is important. Now, if we are going to do something which is expedient, but you don't get to whoever you are, it's not going to have the impact, the effect, and it will create confusion.
So how would you describe it as an activity?
That is why I'm saying that. Can we, well, e-learning said they'll take some responsibility in respect of something. So what I'm asking, in terms of awareness and public education component of it, using various media, is going to be important, because you have heard in here, even this that you sent out didn't reach where it's supposed to go. So we have to employ different strategies. And one of it would be the media, whether social media, TV, jingles, whatever it may mean, is going to be important, because you're empowering, you are also empowering.
My question again is, describe what you're saying to me as an
help you.
activity.
We have to help her.
Is it a communications? So what you want to achieve is to ensure that when these things are happening, those who need to know. So you need to have a comprehensive communications plan
Tanya, please
to
write that.
ensure that all actors in this thing are made aware of what is happening. So we need a comprehensive communications. No, that's in our next line. Yeah, separate box.
Oh, yeah, the insert.
See how it works? Yeah.
So we're gonna come on a strategic
An activity. Mhm.
So you see, you can move them, you move them around as you, right? So develop a comprehensive communication plan or campaign. I like that one. All right. Let's put that under activities. If we need to move it, we can move it. But let's put it down somewhere.
Yes, let's put it down. That's correct, Trevor.
I'm good with it if everybody is good with it, you know. I think is I could get the things them there.
Yes.
And then we can discuss which bucket it going
into,
and all of that. Right? Because this is what the exercise is about.
That's right.
Right? We're
Good
being
class.
general about what it is we have to do in each one of these buckets here, right? Are there any other activities that we could contemplate? So we've talked about engaging key stakeholders. What else do we need to do?
Let's make sure we include those who are online in terms of their feedback and comments. Let me see if we're catching that.
If you keep talking, you're going to come down there, so come join me. You know.
Yes, Doma,
I
yes.
think you need to come to that.
Yes, you can put her on the panel, man.
Yeah. Everybody.
Stakeholders in the region.
On the school board, principal, and administrators in the schools, but they don't want those. We don't get to the teacher yet.
No. So
We start with the administration.
So I think generally, well, I mean, more so for us, stakeholders includes board,
Tanya, look at, yes.
Administration, which should be the principals, the teachers. I mean, I don't see why students and parents are not included, but primarily boards, administration, teachers.
Yeah, start there.
In exams and so on. I know with finance, so that is why I'm saying that we're not being back with all the persons.
Yes, but you're being specific.
Yes.
We are not being specific here. Yeah, man. Yeah. But we're not being specific as to what have happened between now and which time, because I'll tell you this, the cybersecurity one never stops.
Never stops. Yeah.
So what we just want to do is be general as to, okay, activities, we need to engage stakeholders. Great. What are the activities? That's what we need to focus on. Because when you get to the specific ones now, you know, data protection, cybersecurity, then each one of these is going to start. This is where now,
very granular.
You know, what happens at this point, PEP, CSEC, all them kind. These activities have to be properly tailored, scheduled, and targeted, etc. So,
okay.
Any other activities?
What
is online saying?
I think they're actually saying just for where Tanya has the rows and columns, you know, merge row 1 and 2 under column 1, all kind of things like that. Well, it can be that can follow up afterwards, I suppose. Yes. Documentation. Or provision.
You mean physically in hand or just documentation?
It could be digital.
Okay.
Okay.
So developing guidelines and documents and right, got you.
Yes.
Yes. So activities would be developing guidelines, manuals. There's one other something. Manuals, guidelines.
Would that come under the working group or that
Policies.
comes under
PSGs and guidelines. That's it, right? Policies, standards, and guidelines. Wow. Training. But training, it's an activity. So again, activity, training. So is there any issue with training of the various stakeholders, or should we call it training or sensitization? No, they like to use the word sensitization. Sensitization and training, should we use both? Training of is a activity. Yeah, is that different? All right, so training. All right. Anything else? Any other activities that we may want to have? Where is the checklist in this thing? You mean training should be under strategic objective? What? Oh yeah, specifics. So you get to the specific one, you know. So any other
If I may,
activities?
If I may, so I think we have thrown caution to the wind and gotten into this one. This is what we're doing, correct? Good. So a strategic objective for me, training, awareness, those are clearly strategic objectives. When we're talking about the educational industry, do we want to have a certain, and it's going on the
Certain level of
Professor Thorpe was
training
going
and
on.
awareness.
How do we want to have a certain number of officers trained in this?
I said 30.
Well, but,
Yeah,
so that, but I'm saying,
so training should be an objective.
definitely a strategic objective.
All right.
There's no question.
No wrong with that.
No problem with
Well,
that.
you're making your point. Training.
So training must be a strategic
And
objective,
awareness.
because if we're going to implement it, you must have knowledgeable persons. Awareness is training different from awareness, please.
No more training different from awareness.
Oh, you distinguish it?
Correct. And bigger than, well, it would entail all of those things, communication, plan to different stakeholders. Yeah, awareness and communicate. Correct.
All right.
And that is one of the biggest failings we have seen with the office as it's now constituted. And if we are taking responsibility for our working with the educational sector, we know we need to amplify that.
An administrator goes back into the school, they will, their teacher, with their awareness.
Correct.
They can know behavior. They're empowered to take it further.
Good.
Correct.
So you want that to be in strategic objectives,
definitely,
right? So
definitely.
strategic objectives, right?
Um,
Guys, so what happening now is us who up on the outside getting insights as to how it actually works. so that this makes sense.
You know what? So to answer that question and that checklist thing, I have in mind one deliverable of the working committee could be to use that sandbox concept where we have a grouping of the different levels of schools, public schools, primary and secondary, and then we assess those. So how we have sought to treat with industries or groupings, we identify all the commonalities among them. The educational sector is ripe for that because you are supposed to be operating in a similar way. So one objective could be to come up with a test case or model or what we want to call it. We just want to be able to understand what are the appropriate technologies. We want to understand what are the processes. So we want to do that in a very short time period. Come up with a test case for each different.
All right. You're going into specifics now.
Yes, we are.
Yes, so here's the thing. Here's the thing. We'll get into that into your session. But
Yes.
this your session, yeah.
Yes.
We have a whole bunch of other things for
Yeah,
treat.
I'm running over time just to complete
And
it.
we have a time limit. So the targets, I saw Vivian.
Targets. Vivian is saying what comes next, but that
No term is developed. You're right, because we don't reach timeline yet.
We don't reach
So-
time.
But isn't it important that we've
It's important that we
strategic-
finish
No,
this
no, no,
thing
no. But
in the time
do we go
allocated. That's
left
what we
to
need to do
right
and
or
get
top to
specific in
down?
your session.
I'm thinking that we want to identify all the strategic objectives. It don't make sense to flesh out what all the elements for one strategic objective, because this may not be appropriate for a group, a wide grouping like this. Let us agree on the strategic objectives and then we work out these details.
I forgive me everyone, but I'm still stuck at defining the components that we're putting in this action plan. I'm still stuck at that question that online user asked. Are we all on the same page as to what these headings mean? Because in the session to follow, we're going to get into some of those specifics. What do we need? Do we need to train people? Do we need to do sensitization session? Do we need to conduct assessments? Do we need to identify resources? Do we need? So that is what I'm expecting in the next session.
Right.
In this session, I'm expecting that we have those 5 or 6 headings,
Which are consistently.
which are going to be consistently agreed about. Well, I mean, they may require some tweaking as we go into it, but I think we have shifted
Yes.
into specifics. That's taking us into the weeds. We're trying to flesh out a plan.
Yes.
That, as mentioned before, some of these details are going to come when you have the engagement from the working groups. You know, some of these, because each school, each region, each type of institution are going to have a different way of approaching this. And they will have to align whatever we come up with here with what they are doing in school, because you don't want something foreign to them.
So consistent with what Mr. Nooks is saying, what has been agreed on so far, so Nooks, what has been agreed on so far is the first 2 columns, strategic objectives and activities.
As an outcome of this activity, can we get a 2-sentence definition around each of them and we can sign up? I think that would, just a 2-sentence definition around each one.
Trevor, you define it for them, please.
So targets.
Targets is the next one, right?
We good with targets. And do we know what targets mean?
So
In this context.
I'm asking. All right, so what are targets or target groups? Does it even need to be there? That's the question. So,
Because right now our target is educational institutions. So,
But for me, target,
what do we need?
what came to mind when I saw that is from a measurement perspective. What are, if we have an objective to achieve? No, but that's how you measure it. That's how you.
Schools, for example.
Correct. It's 50%, 8%. Yes. So there are two competing views right now. So it can either be target audience or numbers that we try, something that we're trying to measure.
Yes, target audience. 'Cause yes, which is what success is.
But you don't know if you have success if you don't have targets that you're going to hit.
Yes.
So you would say train.
Right.
By.
So I
And then
thought
the success at the end of the period would be.
10% or 20% or 30%.
Alright, so let's do that. So we're,
With I think getting some consensus that is really target from a measurement point of view.
Measurement
If there are
point.
1,000 schools. Yeah. Correct.
alright, so the group is already established.
Correct. Okay. Ms. Dawn.
School board, the principal, and whoever the principal is on. They are empowered because they are going to make the decisions regarding that. Understand how to efficiently bring the knowledge to the decision makers and the ones who must do the budget for the ministry.
So,
At the current time.
so can we insert stakeholders?
That's a different.
No, it's- when you're doing that, you want for the technical, the person, you see, you want to make sure that what we're doing is effective. And the person can say that the school system, or the system, and they are ready.
So could I ask you, for the right terminology here? Are we, so I say boards, administration, teachers, is that the right terminology?
I would like you to say principal,
Okay, so boards,
right?
principals,
They usually have some, like, persons with certain responsibilities within the school.
target groups,
But the principals would be able to tell you who those persons are.
right? So boards,
Principals,
principals,
and give the principals the power to
Uh.
address it with their vice principal and other persons in the school.
so it's only the boards and the principals we're talking about here?
At the starting point quickly, because that is something that you can execute in a very short time to help you to build up the budget for the ministry on that side. And to put whatever is in place to make sure that the infrastructure is at least. So it's a timeline.
So let me ask you something. Should we, and again, online, please feel free to chime in. You just mentioned something. We focus on education, right? Boards, principals, but there's an interface between those two and who control the purse string, which is ministry, right?
The regions and ministry. Yeah.
Right. So are those target groups
Oh, sorry.
ministry, regions, boards,
And usually,
principals?
and usually you could include the education officers in that.
Are they different from
They are
the
from
umbrella of the ministry?
They are the Ministry of Education, but
Yeah.
they monitor the things in the
But
school.
remember, we are being general.
No,
So
I'm not.
Ministry of Education, school boards, principals.
right.
Great. Can we put that in
That is
targets?
the decision makers for the resource budget.
No, man, don't put it there. Put it in the box. God, that's what target groups entail. Online, how you feel about the target groups, Ministry of Education, school boards and principals?
No, well, they do have an association, but they themselves, you know. No, let's say the timeline. It sounds a little bit funny, but let's align it a little bit. Timeline. We have 1 minute. We do have other persons. We can come to other persons, but for example, the timeline, because of the budget and the resources, we would say for the principals who are here and online, would the team, the technical team now, because the technical side, supported by industry, whether there can be a response to engage, let's say by the end of April or beginning of May. In other words, you want them in early to address the money issue, the equipment issue.
No, I'm sorry, what, are we still in targets?
No, I'm just saying, I'm just going across to show why we have included the others. So because we wanted this to be early, like by end of April, May, as a timeline for this group.
Got you. So we're going to take you up on timeline soon. Yeah, okay.
I can see online that there's an agreement with Dawn's comment online. Thumbs up. That's accurate. May timeline should be May.
Okay.
April, May. That there's an agreement there.
Could you guys
By
explain? Sorry, I think I missed because I was like confused. When you said the timeline should be May, what's the significance of that?
Based on what we know,
Mhm.
that the decision made and that engage the Ministry of Education to empower them with type of budget to address the technical measures that should be in.
And that timeline is fixed for the year. No, I mean, well, I shouldn't say fixed. It is.
Given the exigencies.
Yeah, it's, yeah.
Yes, yes.
Right. Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. So
May
May.
2023.
All right. So
May
it's-
2023.
So it's May based on existing, yeah, you can note that. May. Good.
This segment is about wrapping up. We really work the segment. What was the segment? Can I quickly say the interpretation of the, I think that's what Knox mentioned of, interpretation of the points.
So person involved or persons, that is in brackets. I don't know if that's required.
We're gonna engage our minister, chief education officer.
This first section and we will
No, that I don't know if that's what this column means. So persons involved.
Persons involved.
This really is
I
it
think he's the owner. Who is the owner?
owner?
Yeah, he's
Okay.
the owner. So probably use the term owner. Who owns it? Owner.
Owner, owners, bracket. So yeah.
Who owns this?
So
E-learning? E-learning has said they will own it. Is that correct, Mr. Lee? Yeah. Yes. Yes. So
but you don't want to include the Ministry of Education. Okay.
E-learning,
Yes. but
e-learning and
as an owner. No, you will be operational. So Ministry of Education and e-learning / e-learning.
MOU/e-learning.
Yes, good. I see how this thing proceeds quickly now. I see somebody said the school, Rosemary said the school as well. Is that in reference to the owners, just to be clear? Rosemary? Yes. So, wait, no, hold on. So let us make sure we understand. So this is an action plan, generally. So when we get to the specifics now,
Yes,
the owner changes, right?
Yes.
So just so that Rosemary is clear, Rosemary, we're talking generally at this level. We're saying that when we get to the specific action plans, data protection and cybersecurity and so on, that is where we get a little more specific with who the owner is. But generally, MOE and by extension, e-learning would be the general owners. If, and again, putting it out there, since the school at some point in time may be an owner, do you think it prudent to just add the school here?
I think that should come in the more granular.
More specific?
Administrators, yes, administrators.
Yeah. Absolutely. All right. All right, good. There, and this is why we have these discussions. You have a statement. Yeah.
So it says strategic objective, and the first objective says develop a terms of reference. What we first need to know, what we need to understand is what is a term of reference. A term of reference is a document. It's a document you're going to create and use to guide or what the body that you're creating, right? You're going to, that body is basically going to use the term of reference to guide their operation. Follow me, right? Now, if you're developing a term of reference, you need to now look at what are the activities that you will have to embark on to develop this term of reference, right? So, let me restructure that. Developing a term of reference. So what is it going to be in this document, this term of reference? You're going to look at accountability protocol strategies, how are they going to monitor this cybersecurity, data protection sort of thing in the schools? So these are the things you want to put in the term of reference.
Yes, and that's a term of reference for the working group. Let's be clear.
Yes.
The working group, this so-called working group, this working group is not a working group that you'll find in every school. This is a general working group. So the terms of reference applies to the working group that is guiding the whole thing.
Developing a term of reference to guide the working group.
Yes.
So you would look at, for example,
Working group is not in the school though.
Mm-hmm.
It's not in the school. It's not in school. No. And that's what I was explaining. It's which. Oh, is that where you had the challenge? Which one are you talking about? No, but no, the fact that it is in that line don't mean that it relates to that one. Oh. Oh, you figured that because engage key stakeholders in the same line as where, oh no. No, I get you. No, man. Yeah, I didn't view it that way.
Well,
I viewed it as discrete columns No, you don't have to go across, but that's how you used to looking at. Yes, I see. I see what you're saying.
To complement the point though of
I see what you're
yeah,
saying.
no, I know what she's saying. So the TOR, this working group could be a 2-year working group based on appointment. It basically has very specifically that the requirement by the working group is that we will oversight these specific activities. So I am clear as to what really should come out of it. I think just to make sure persons generally understand what goes on under each heading was still a problem. But what I will agree is that the points that are under each of those columns can be subsumed as parts of the TOR. As a matter of fact, I already have a template for that, I already have a proper template that can be used for that. But I understand what you're saying, because the TOR will be a 2-year appointment of this working group. Who will be the embodiment of the working group? It would also have who are the owners in the working group. So all of those would be in those columns there, would be subsumed in the TOR document to support how the working group would perform. So not to worry, what is there will map out back. And we have been doing this a little while. So I think
No, but the concern is valid though, because
It
I
is valid.
understand how you were.
yes,
So
it is valid.
in
Yeah,
my
but-
mind, we had separated those columns.
So before the end of
as-
the day, I'll have a draft on a TOR document that you can look at. Yes. Yeah. Yes, yes. I'll generate the TOR document, not to worry. I'll present a template of that.
Mm.
After that, you would do like monitoring and
Yeah, gotcha.
What goes up in November, would be really executing a plan. That would be our first. After that, we can get.
This has been a very involved session. We're going to take the
You need
break.
to capture those concerns.
No, they have been duly noted and captured.
Yeah, man. So bulleted list under that.
And then after that, you'll be monitoring and. Because what we were supposed to do in this session is just come up with this template. Yeah, what we're trying to do here is come up with an overarching action plan. For the overarching action plan, we have to work backwards. We're going to do the action plan for the silo, we're going to do the action plan for the TP. Then we're going to look at those 2 action plans and come up with overarching action plan, which is what we're trying to do here, which we can't do the overarching action plan, so we do those individual action plans. But what we need is just a template to know what to go in the various. columns.
I think that's where the confusion was. Sorry, because you're looking at it a very specific way, and I recall that approach. Really, what you should look at, the info underneath each one of these columns is a description of the
Yes,
heading.
of the heading. It's a discrete-
That's how you should look at the content of these columns, is the description of the heading. Yeah, right. That's where I think the confusion with. Yeah. Okay.
We're going to put you on the.
Yeah, man. No, it's really supposed to be the description of the heading.
We soon empanel these ladies because we have a section where we need to invite the administrators and the.
Well, no, I don't think it should be lost that it is important that feedback from
all stakeholders,
the education group, which is who we are trying to do this thing for, happen.
Yeah.
So.
Comment from up there that when non-Mike people are speaking, nobody on like that.
Yes,
Oh.
Get a mic.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing, roving the mic.
Here,
So once,
here,
Sean, in interest of time,
Time.
I think we're going to get into some of the specifics in the next
We
segment.
can do that. yeah.
And, you know, so I think, you know, I've listened to the points that have been made. We can start formulating from the specifics relating to what needs to be done for data privacy, what needs to be done for cybersecurity. And to Ms. Babalal's point is to pull those together to form the overarching objectives.
Absolutely.
As long as we know what these, the template here, what's the intent of the template, we can fill those out. And that could be a part of what your team does, pulling, you know, all the notes from here, because each person here is going to have their
Different
own
views.
nuanced views, their nuanced views on how this ought to be articulated based on how we think individually. And that is not going to serve the purpose of us getting to the end game. So I think it may be appropriate for us to wrap, knowing that we are a bit over time.
Thank you for that.
And we're going to go into the
All right.
specifics come next section.
All right, thank you so much for a wonderful and involved session. It is now, wow, 10:48. We're running about 18 or 20 minutes, a little bit over the time. So let's take a 15-minute break, please, and just, you know, engage, you know, using the restroom, having a snack quickly, and then we can resume moving into session 2. Thank you so much for very involved and in the next 15 minutes. All right, so it's about 5 minutes after 11 when we get back here. Thank you.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
All right, so welcome back from the break again, colleagues, and we are resuming our session in the morning session. For those who were not here, just to quickly, for brevity, we actually started defining an action plan coming out of the last 2 day sessions, but very specifically, the first segment was defining what is meant by the action plan as a generic form. And as you will see on screen before us here, we were just representing the elements of this in terms of the strategic objectives, the activities, the target groups, the timelines, what you're seeing there on screen, the owners, expected outputs, the resources, and the success factors. This ties back into the 2030 vision framework, so we have to make sure it maps back into that. And coming away from today's session into tomorrow, when in defining these action plans, is to be defining. Yes. Well, tomorrow probably not for the panel, but in terms of our wrap up on the overall, the based on the action plans, we should be able to, and we are expecting, look at how we will meet with the requirement under the data protection and the cybercrime and cybersecurity strategy. So we were just quickly trying to have a consensus of a conversation around what is meant by that. It was a very involved conversation. Okay, I'm seeing here, Tanya, please share the attendance form. Ray Chambers. Okay, attendance form. Yes, you're taking care of that. Okay, all right. Thank you, Andrew. So we're going to continue now into a more specific segment on the action plans specific to the data protection. We're starting with Mr. Nooks, who has been with us really for the past 3 days. It's inclusive of today. That segment, Mr. Nooks will now lead the moderation of what is required in terms of a deep dive as to that particular action plan. And just to kick off that discussion, I defer to him as the moderator to start that conversation. And as we continue to make the notes that will come out of these respective sessions. So over to Mr. Nooks, and thank you all who are just coming this morning. Welcome, both online and in person. A pleasant good morning and welcome.
So, just before I get in, I'm awaiting the arrival of Chris Record, to the podium. Great. So, Trevor, I don't understand. All right. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. Some very interesting discussion this morning. We went into, as Sean just mentioned, we were speaking overall about what an action plan is, and we came up with some some headings. There are some agreements and you know, some of us have rallied around some of the headings. Some of the headings weren't very clear to all of us, or even how we have chosen to document. You know, there are some nuanced views as to how we document. But in this session, we want to zero in on actions relating to data protection and our Data Protection Act in particular. And our Data Protection Act, you know, is divided into several parts and sections and subsections, right? And there are some specifics there. I like to look at the Data Protection Act itself as the framework that's going to guide organizations in implementing their strategy. From my own interpretation of that, you know, you have three main things that you have to do as it relates to data protection. It's getting ready, registering being a critical point after readiness. And then you have to run the program, you have to operate the program, right? So if you're following me, it's ready, register, run. So I'm just going to ask the gentleman here, yeah, as Sean just says, you know, let's get going. So I'm going to start out with Chuck in terms of putting together an action plan for educators. What is involved in getting ready for this action plan, Chuck?
So,
or getting ready for data protection.
right, thank you very much. So our approach is, when you talk about getting ready, is putting yourself in a position to register. First and foremost, that's for us the first thing. And it is very instructive because once you put yourself in a position to register, you can now start getting ready to implement the program and run the program. Because as you have said, putting yourself in a position to register and the Data Protection Act in general actually gives that guideline as to what you should do. So when we step back and look at what registration means, it is really asking you to do in the same manner that every morning you do your roll call and you find out, you know, that children are in your care and custody. You are accountable for these children. It is the very same approach with the personal data you have. So the first thing the Information Commissioner wants you to do is put up your hand and give me a roll call of all the personal data you have. First thing, just tell me all the personal data you have. That may sound to be a very simple exercise, but it's a very big issue to be able to define what personal data is. That is a very big issue because people may often have the misconception that if we're not talking about sensitive information or private information or sex information or health information, it's okay. The definition of personal data is very wide. And the simple definition for personal data, I'm going to try not get into a training session, but just to put in context, it is any information that you can use that can be used by itself or in conjunction with any other information to identify an individual. So let me say that again. Personal data is any information that can be used to identify an individual or information that can be used with any other piece of information to identify an individual. I'm going to do a pop-up quiz. I've never been able to give any of my teachers a quiz, so now is my opportunity. Pop-up quiz. I hope you guys are paying attention for the past 2 days. but it's no, you really, I just want you to listen to this definition and I'm going to ask you a question. Personal data is any information you can use by itself or in conjunction with some but I'm just trying to convey to you the gravity and the work involved in what has to be done, because it's easy to say you need to do A, B, C, but just want you to sort of feel and taste a little the depth of the work that needs to be done. Am I being heard online now? Are we good to go? Lovely. Thank you, sir. Okay, so everybody remember what that definition is. Any information that can be used either by itself or in conjunction to any other piece of information to identify an individual. So, question, and I just want to take the first 5 answers to keep it manageable. Online or in person. If I were to ask you to tell me who comes to mind when I refer to the short man who used to run downtown and allegedly the whole of Jamaica, who am I describing? I heard one answer somewhere. Somebody's, one person, any other person, that's one. 4 more answers. No, I said the short man who used to run downtown and the whole of Jamaica. Okay. Okay, good. We have all, stop. That's good. So act as if we didn't say Zeke's, because that's at which time Zeke's used to run the whole of Jamaica. I don't know. So just act as if nobody said Zeke's and 5 persons said Dudos, okay? So for this exercise, everybody said Dudos. The test, the pop-up question, the pop quiz question is no. And you guys have to represent for your schools, you have to represent for your students, you have to represent for yourselves. Question, if you were to get a business card that said short man who used to run downtown and allegedly the whole of Jamaica, if you were to get a business card that said that alone, would that be considered to be personal data under the legislation based on the definition that I gave you? Just a business card that said short man who used to run downtown and the whole of Jamaica. Yes or no? No. It's a good thing I'm not looking in any of those eyes. Anybody here in a different view? No? Okay, 2 teachers. What school? One is Pine Grove, one is, where are you from? Mavis Bank and Give Thanks. Right. So remember the definition. I said, forget about the Zeeks. The reality was you had 2 disparate pieces of information that mean nothing by themselves. But when you put them together, you were able to identify an individual, and it was consistent in this grouping. So yes, it was very subjective, but we just happen to have the same cultural context. So that's just an example of when we say the first thing you have to do is identify the personal data within your organization. So that's why I say it's not necessarily a tick box exercise.
Great. So Chuck, to get you right? If we were to look at becoming ready for the Data Protection Act, then identifying the data that we have would be the first thing, and that would be one of the activities that that person would have to do. To go back to the model, the activity that has to go into one of the activities in terms of readiness would be to identify data. Chris, do you have any comment on that, or on what would be some of the objectives on the readiness?
So if the question was more specific around readiness for either the sector, the ministry, the schools, which one? So that's an answer within itself. I keep going back to why this was done, why we're actually here. And just a reminder for those who don't know why we're here or don't know what is the motivating or the catalyst for creating this, was an event that was held maybe it's been a month ago, to talk about specifically some of these areas. It was online, a mainly online event. I think physically in person was Minister of Education. And coming out of that, there was a realization that the education sector needed to learn a little bit more. And so to answer that question, and learning what we learned yesterday evening, just to remind everybody, one of the questions that we answered was how many stakeholders are involved here? And we realized that it's a lot of stakeholders that are involved here. And the more that we put these various sections in the plan, I sit down there looking at the time and looking at the fact that this thing, we have a December 1 deadline. And I'm actually getting a little nervous with the amount of work that seemingly needs to be done to actually achieve the objective of being ready and being compliant by the education sector, schools, ministries, and all the vast amount of stakeholders. I'm nervous. I'm nervous from two fronts, Andrew. Is that you and I sit on a committee, right, that are literally responsible for this act being enforced, or we are responsible to hold the enforcer accountable for the act to be enforced. And I'm nervous as to how many months between now and December 1? The 8 months that we have left, how we're gonna actually get this done. So Chuck has put on his commercial hat. And by the way, just a short bit of information here. The three gentlemen sitting here, they quote unquote our 9 to 5 jobs, me as an independent consultant, Chuck as a data privacy consultation consultant, attorney at law in his other hat, Andrew Nooks. Don't know which hat Andrew's wearing today, but Andrew has hats that are mainly connected to cybersecurity, but he has now expanded that into privacy practitioner. All of us are involved in this business on a commercial level. In other words, we offer services for a fee and we go out and we do work and get paid. So when we are here, and also Trevor Forrest in his capacity as CEO of 876. So one of the things that Chuck mentioned earlier is as we give up our time here, and I did a rough calculation for the 3 days, and we are, guys, look, I have to just put it on the table. The investment that we have made up here so far has exceeded just over $1 million, right? $1 million Jamaican dollars. So to some people, it's not a lot of money. But all of this information that we're giving and all of these plans that we're creating, some decisions have to be made around who's actually going to go do this work, right? Somebody has to go do this. And I'm saying, and I'm saying this against two backdrops, is an indirect way to answer your question, right? But is also to raise awareness of the fact that there are some persons that are out there that understand intimately what needs to be done. And then there's a bunch of persons that understand very cursorily what needs to be done, right? Right? So over the last, let's call it 5 years, since we've been talking about this thing, the persons that have been on the podium talking about this thing, trying to raise awareness for free, has been practically the same people that you see here on the podium.
Can I just quickly jump in?
Yes, sir.
Over the 3 years, that was during the COVID period, and there were so many online panels and webinars, and myself have been on most of them. Well, a lot of similar ones. Andrew is someone that I think I know personally, but is only when he was coming to this event, I said, you put on weight, you lose weight, how you look so? And that's because I didn't realize that I've never met him before in life, in person.
And I took a picture of that moment, right?
Sorry.
I took a picture of that moment. So ladies and gentlemen, online and in here, I'm adding this, and I'm known sometimes to go down rabbit holes, and I'm kind of slightly going on one now. I'll hold up my hand and I do it to that. For a specific reason though, just to let everybody understand that to do this work that Andrew has asked about doing, there are a few people out there that have been actually doing parts of it before, and we now have to come together to figure out how to do the rest of it for the next 8 months, right? And if we're forming these working groups and forming these, well, Trevor, caution us about using the term steering committee and those things, because those things have specific definitions. A question that we have to ask is, for us as practitioners who are helping to create and construct what needs to be done, will we be denied the opportunity to actually do the work? So sometimes we have to ask the questions. Yeah, it's an uncomfortable question, because if it's Ministry of Education, and by the way, no disrespect, I know we've been recorded, I know everything, but sometimes these organizations in government don't go fast. They don't move very quickly, but we only have 8 months. We only have 8 months. So Andrew, we need, so your 3 R's, what the first one was?
Ready,
Second one?
register,
Register. Third one?
run.
So you're saying that the ready part and the register part, I don't know about the run part, but the ready and register must happen by December 1.
Yes.
Run too?
No.
Okay.
Run is after.
Right. Right. So the 2 R's. So the 2 R's must happen by December 1 in 8 months. So this whole plan, gentlemen, Andrew, Trevor, Andrew, Chuck, Sean, and team, the objectives need to come in with your 3 R's. And Georgette, just to give her her flowers to Georgette's, what's her thing was called? Pyro, right? So that has to be part and parcel of our consideration to get the 2 R's going.
Yeah, great. Thanks for that, Chris. Just to bring it back a little bit in terms of objectives then. Chuck, you went straight into let's get to know ourselves. Let's get to know what data we have. But would we take it a step back? I mean, a part of this whole session that we have been doing over the last few days has to do with awareness, right? Would you consider awareness from where we sit a part of the objectives that Chris, you mentioned, depending on which stakeholder group we're talking to? Would awareness be a part of that whole strategic objective? Awareness of data privacy in particular. And what would be some of the activities around that awareness?
Awareness is step 1. Awareness is step 1. Awareness.
So we're finished with awareness now. UTech did and Professor Thorpe, and with e-learning, did an excellent job. There has been no more sustained deep awareness program in any other industry for data protection. So the awareness side, done. Yesterday, someone was sitting on the panel yesterday, the Senator Rodriguez, she invited everyone to tweet up to 5 people and list at least 5 people. But what did not happen and I wanted to make the recommendation yesterday, following on from that, was that we need a hashtag for this event, Professor Thorpe, and we need to do that now because officially the awareness done. You need to go back and look at the webinar we had last month, and you need to revisit this, and everybody needs to take that. So that part has been done in an accelerated manner. And yes, we need an awareness program for the whole big picture. But when we're talking about the December 1, yeah, they know the act. They must know now that there is a Data Protection Act and there's an obligation for December 1. So it is hard it is hard to look at the big picture and all the nice things with the December 1. So for me, the awareness finished. So that's my position.
No worries, Chuck. Great point. But I want to come back to you on some activities, right? Because the Data Protection Act in standard part 2 talks about data subject rights, and in part 4, I think part 4 it talks about the standards, right? And in terms of the whole readiness portion of it, what of those 2 sections, the data subject rights and the standards that must happen, that we must be aware of, that we must put things in place for prior to registration? And you mentioned one of them is the identification that has to do with registration, right? But what else is involved in that? And Chris, I want to come right back to you because there's a standard 7 that talks about cybersecurity, and I want to touch bases with you on that. But Chuck.
Right. So, and I'm going to take one step back. So I think the legislation, well, the legislators got something right in making registration mandatory. As I was suggesting on the first day, in no other country do I know that all data controllers have to file upfront their records of processing or registration particulars, but we have to. And the reason why I say that's good is because before you can talk about building out any of the other data processing standards or acknowledge any of the other rights, you have to know yourself and know what you have. And it's just going back to that roll call. Who are the students who are in my class that I'm responsible for the rest of the day for this term? So after you determine what personal data you have, the next step is determining whose personal data you have. That's what the law says you need to know. So the first thing is identifying what personal data you have, and then the next thing is identifying whose personal data you have, because again, that can easily be taken for granted. For example, you are processing personal data of all the parents of all your children. So you no longer only have a responsibility for your children's personal data, you have a responsibility for all the parents' personal data you have. Very often they come with the application form come with referees. So you have a responsibility for all the referees' personal data you have. So that's the next step, Sir Nooks. And as I said, that's consistent with the data, but with getting ready to register.
Yeah, and you raise a very important point there, Chuck, because you spoke about the whose data we have, and for our law, it makes special provisions or treat data with of minors that are people under the age of 18 years. It says that we have to treat them in a very special way, because they, according to our laws, are not allowed to make certain decisions on their own. So the categorizing the persons for whom we have data is very important. But Chris, the legislation requires that you have adequate organizational and technical measures as an action or objective. What would that mean for schools?
Thanks, Andrew. Funny enough, with the act, those are the 2 pages, 4 pages that I print out, which is the exact standard, 7th standard. And I read it over and over again to make sure that when people ask me these questions that I am not misquoting anything. So I'm going to read specific. So standard 7, the 7th standard is that appropriate technical and organizational measures shall be taken against unauthorized or unlawful processing of personal data and against accidental loss or destruction of or damage to personal data. And of course, as A, B, to ensure that the commissioner is notified without any undue delay of any breach of the data controller's security measures which affect or may affect any personal data. Okay, well, it's 2 more pages, not reading anything else. So over the period of the, several years that I've been kind of looking at this from various drafts, I try my very best to simplify my explanation to people around what some of these technical measures are. Andrew, as everyone knows, is a seasoned cybersecurity practitioner in Jamaica. And I have taken all the major cybersecurity standards from Europe and North America, and I've been boiling them down and distilling them down into some, I try my best for some very simple, simple measures. And while sometimes I oversimplify it, I do realize that one of the things that has to happen is that we have to identify first what we have. What is the list of things that are there, right? I mentioned earlier, just before the break, that there is a UK Department of Education document which speaks to the toolkit for schools. They list 9 steps in their toolkit that must be followed. So the first question I answered a while ago is around awareness, and that's step 1, raising awareness. Step 2, creating a higher level, check 2, audio went a while ago. Create a high level data map. Step 3, turn your data map into a data asset register. Step 4, document the reasons for processing the data. Step 5, document how long you need to retain this data, this information. Step 6, reassurance and risks. Step 7, decide on your data protection officer role. Step 8, communicate with data subjects. And step 9, which is directly to the question I asked a while ago, which is step 9, by the way, realize is the last step. Operationalize data protection and keep it living. Right? Very interesting. Operationalize data protection and keep it living. And so what does that operationalized data protection means? That is now a fair amount of the discussions we had yesterday as we started talking about cybersecurity, right? Around what do we have? Where do we have it? What are the measures? The law specifically speaks to, and it uses the words actually here, for purposes of the subsection, technical and organizational measures, include encryption of personal data. So it actually says it. You must encrypt the data, right? And then of course, there's this fancy word that Chuck uses all the time. Chuck, how that word go?
Pseudonymization.
Pseudonymization. I have to repeat it several times. To interject at that point.
Yes, go ahead, Prof. Yes.
There is, although you said that the awareness program is done, it's not really done because those words you are using. Let me put myself in the hat of a teacher in a school who is not in IT and has to grapple with this data protection. I've done an update based on what was just said by Chris. I pull out from the data protection toolkit the fact that we need to train the 30 data protection officers as a part of the response out of the toolkit. So whilst we are doing the sensitization from last month into this month, an official training program to train those DPAs based on our curriculum and have the coordinated support that, you know, sanction what the curriculum produces as an outcome for those persons. And I've qualified it here to be the school administrators or whoever the selected representatives should be from those schools. Then what we can argue measurably is that the data protection officers who need to be appointed, as you mentioned, based on the toolkit, you can't appoint them unless they have been specifically assigned and they would have had to be trained, because those are things that we have not yet discussed. So I would put in a measurable way, as I'm now putting in the document here, the working document, that you have the 30 DPAs across the 7 regions of schools. We're talking across the entire education system now, be identified and trained.
Yeah.
And that is done in 6 weeks from the middle of next month to May. So we can go over to the timeline section on the map soon to put that in. But I just wanted to say that,
Yeah.
so that everybody is seeing.
I think we're still at registration and talking about registration. We're talking about readiness. So what I hear, Chris just outlined the 9 areas of which the standard 7 comes into play in those 9 areas, right? But there are some other things, Chuck, that is necessary for readiness. And I want you to also, both gentlemen, to talk a little bit about how you go about doing some of these readiness activities. You know, what would be the approach for schools?
Right, so that last question straddles the industry approach and the actual steps that need to be taken. So yes, I'm glad you asked that question. So I'm just going to share the third step and then answer that question as to how can we do it or how can it be achieved for schools. So the third step is having identified the personal data you have, having identified whose personal data you have, you now need to identify why you have it. For what purpose do you have this information? So it's a very specific question, you know. So when I say identify personal data, so do you have first name, second name, last name, TRN number, and continues? Then you need to say why you have each data item. There may be a question as to how granular should we get when we're doing this exercise. So, but let me put it in context because this rings home for everybody here. If you go into a store, if you go into a cable and wireless or a Digicel and you want to buy a SIM card, you have to fill out a 3-page document and you're asking yourself, why do they need all of this information? It's the same question you have to be asking yourself and interrogating when you look at all the forms and all the data you have. Why are we collecting this data item? Why are we collecting this data item? So if a flow representative were to respond to you, they would have an answer. It's the same manner that you are required to have an answer. So let's go back now and say, how can we start discovering or identifying some of these things for the schools? And this is where I have an idea that I'm floating. So from a practitioner's point of view, even for well-trained, dedicated staff project team, it's next to impossible for them to just say, go and find a personal data, tell us whose data you have. It does not work like that. This is brand new for everybody. So the approach we take, we say, okay, let us make this easy for you. So the first thing we really want to do is identify all the different business units or arms in your organization. So from the school perspective, we'll ask the question, okay, do you have an organizational chart? What are the different business functions or units in that school? You have an admissions, you have a library service, you have delivery of teaching, you have bursary, so you have different functions within the organization. And no, I haven't lost anybody as yet, but we're speaking about data protection. Okay, the next question can be, so for the bursary, in their operations, do they collect any personal data? And if so, what? And don't even think about personal data. Do they have any forms that them collect any information on? Does recruitment have any forms that they used to collect any information? So we're demystifying, so we don't need to be thinking about DUDUS and what is personal information and what is not. We're making it practical now. This is my business unit. And you know what? We do have application forms. We do have this form and that form. So already we start to identify the personal data. How I see us, so this is the idea. So that's a general approach, and we drill down like that. But because all the schools in my mind are homogeneous, we take a sample of schools, a sample of, say, two or three basic schools, 2 or 3 secondary schools, and identify all of those business units in those schools. We identify all the standard records. There will be deviations. And then we can have a guideline because we have some insights as to what that organizational structure and in general, what sort of data schools generally collect. There will be deviations for each school because there's no while the education regulations are very, very detailed and define a lot of data that you collect, and schools have the liberty to go outside of that. So we'll just be able to give you a general thing. And then as we move further in the discussion, I can then discuss an actual, what we can do with that information to make it easier. So we do want to do I don't know the appropriate word, Trevor would tell us, but take a handful of schools, understand, do registration particulars for those schools so we can get that model. And then that could even form part of the toolkit. So this is what schools generally have. Do you have these things? And is more a guideline.
You know, as I sit down here and I listen to Chuck with all of that work, I sat and I reflected. Okay, as I sat and I reflected in my days as a student teacher at Excelsior, and then as a regular normal teacher down at Mona, it was Mona Secondary at the time, it's now Mona High. I listened to all of that and I said to myself, imagine if I am working at the school and them come to me and tell me say, I have to get involved with all of this, plus the regular normal teaching work that I have. I sit down here and I'm saying to myself, Houston, we have a problem. I see a hand up right there, but before we carry the mic over there, I don't know, Sean, if you can take the mic over there. But I sit down here and I said to myself, gentlemen, Andrew, Chuck, Trevor, and the other Andrew, we have to simplify this thing fast. Because to deliver, so one of the things I did, I started out by saying high level what I looked at the IEEE recommendations for cybersecurity, the National Institute, what they stand for again? National Institute of Standards Technology. I stepped out of cybersecurity for a minute, so I just called my friend to remind me. So I took all of those standards and maybe 2 more, and I boiled them down, and I boiled them down very simply. And I put a little play on it. And here's my 5 steps for approaching the data protection part. And listening to Chuck, I said, okay, we have the organizational measures and we have technical measures. Technical measures start. We beat it over the head over and over again, but we still have to talk about the awareness. Be aware, be very aware. Train all users, train them often, train them regularly, train them. My thinking, the awareness has to be there. Then I play around now and I say, tech stock. What data do I, me as the teacher, standing up there in charge of this, and is building a culture of data privacy and data. It's just building that culture, starting to think about it. Because there's some things that happen within the school ecosystem, data is moving around, and then now sometimes data has to be transmitted out of the school and back again. So there is some processes that need to happen around. If the data is going to leave the school, are we doing it in accordance and compliance with the law? So the tech stock is what you have. The lock shop, that is where the gentleman yesterday was asking us about all the technology around it, network and all of that. And I said to myself, the teacher can't have nothing to do with that. That poor teacher and the principal may have some overarching responsibility, but who's going to be responsible for that? Okay, so the protections really and truly, when I talk about use protection, is just a software, anti-malware, whatever software is approved by the organization, the ministry, e-learning, whatever it is. And of course, my last thing I had was patch it. And the patch it is really and truly just patch management in general for all the tablets that we're handing out. Was that? For the license, right? For the 500,000 licenses or whatever the number that the minister told us about day before yesterday. Who is in charge of keeping that updated? Who's gonna be in charge of training the people on the use of that? Because before they were using Google, and now we seem to be switching over to Microsoft. Yeah, I prefer Microsoft in a way, but that's just my opinion. So be aware, tech stock, lock shop, use protection, patch it. That's my 5-point strategy for preventing 80% of all breaches. And I have a 10-page presentation that I've done on this over and over. But that's my simplified way of the data protection and the technical measures that need to happen.
Chris, you raised something very interesting there. We've been talking about technology and we've been focusing on technology. And I know that there are some schools that are way behind the 8 ball as it relates to technology. But Chuck, the Data Protection Act speaks about data in a filing system. It didn't mention anything about an electronic filing system. So how would schools start approaching?
Before he answers the question, lady has had her hand up for a long time.
Yeah.
I think she has a mic. So she can just grab the mic and just, yes, go ahead.
Thank you. The illustration.
Could you please say your name and where you're from?
Marcia Robinson, University of Technology, Faculty of Law. The illustration that was given a while ago, I'm trying to follow it to say, as a teacher in an institution, why is it that we're breaking it down as business centers within the schools? That was my understanding, that the bursary would be one entity, admission is another entity, maybe lunch, if your parents pay for lunch ahead of time, stuff like that. Why is it that I can't understand why it is that it's broken down into so many individual entities and not just the school overall that is responsible for the data.
So it's a very practical approach, because the alternative approach is to go to the principal and say, let me have all of the personal data you're processing and get back to me next week.
No, but isn't the principal the overarching administrator that is responsible for the running of the entity?
Correct. But when I tell the principal to do that, what does the principal do next?
You mean in terms of going around to get the different?
Where does the principal go? What does the principal do? When I say go to the principal and I just say, okay, let me know all the personal data you have. What does the principal do to achieve
But to
that
come to the
objective?
school, and correct me if I am on the wrong track, you have to at least register admissions.
Correct.
So to me, that would be the one-stop shop, wouldn't that?
And therein lies the fallacy. Therein lies the fallacy.
Correct
The
me there.
data protection, remember we did that DUDUS test.
Mhm.
The personal data is any information that can be used to identify an individual. And that is what you have to report to the Information Commissioner, not just the information that you get at registration. It is all the personal data within your organization. So if it is you have a security guard that monitors cars that come in and takes license plate numbers, you have to report that to the Information Commissioner. If it is you have a bursar that receives invoices or school slips or any payment advice with names and bank details, that also has to be reported. So you have personal data all across your organization, and you have to report on all of that. So by breaking down the school into different organizational units, it raises that without.
But you're replicating the information.
Not at all.
It's
not at all.
Yeah. If I may just chime in for a second, Chuck. Different units within the school or even a business that interact with different data sets and in different ways for different purposes, right? So yeah, the principal would have that record of registration for each student. The football coach may have something totally different. There are no recording abilities for players and things like that, which would not show up on a registration form. The home economics teacher may be interacting with data in a totally different way.
Strategies for students and that sort.
Exactly. The school nurse is collecting possibly medical information. The school guidance counselor is interacting with data in a totally different way. And some of that data for those two parties could be classified as special categories of data. So when we start breaking those things down from a consultation perspective, you get a much wider picture. The other thing, go ahead.
Noted.
Okay, great. The other thing is when we collect data, the school may be collecting data for a particular purpose, and a teacher may have some access to some of that information. Sooner or later, you hear that a birthday club is started in the classrooms. Now, the data was collected for the purpose of identifying the student, right? And to distinguish between students. But now a birthday club exposes a child's birthday, which may very well be exposing the identity of a parent some way, somehow, when it is combined with their bank account details.
And so even if every single, the principal, the coach, the nurse, all of them collecting the name of the student, the nurse or that business process needs to say why I'm collecting it. The principal needs to say why. The bursar needs to say why, and all of them are for different reasons. All of them would have access to this information for different periods of time. The nurse, so there are a lot of levels that we have to go down, and that's why you hear Chris very nervous about how we're going to do
All right,
it.
I want to dispel the nervousness.
Yeah.
Before you go on, I'm just reminded by Chris about the time and for us to pull back on the topic, right? So we've been talking about readiness, right? We've been talking about readiness. And we touched a bit on registration and what is required for registration. And to summarize, we have to know what we have, who it's related to. And, what Chuck mentioned is that it is not just about the students, it's also about the parents and the teachers and all the other stakeholders within the school, the ancillary staff, everybody else, right? But I mentioned just before we answered that question, I started talking about action plan as it relates to data that is not stored in an electronic filing system, because many of our schools are not there yet, right? What happens, Chris? How important is that data, and how important and what actions do we need to take in regards to physical files and physical data?
1 second. So I'll be brief, because we day before yesterday, a story and a scenario was created. I even gave my own experience of controlling that physical. Where is that physical stuff? So it comes back down to coming back to my little take stock. What do you have and where it is? And this is where we're going back to, although there was some suggestion that the awareness done. No, the awareness is done because the persons responsible for administration at the school, all the way down to the persons responsible for disposing of any sort of garbage, needs to understand that data, that file, that entire register that the person just throw down and just straight to the garbage, we now need to look at it differently. So the entire everyone who touches that data that you have identified that you have, whether it's physically or digitally, but the focus of the question is around the physical component and the filing cabinets, which is why I sat down here and started thinking to myself, I said, this thing is huge. And me as a teacher, and I keep just putting back myself as a teacher, I'm not talking about as the principal or as the vice principal or any sort of administrative assistants in the organization, which is why I know the role of the DPO, whether it's a DPO for the region, for the ministry, or however it's going to go, is now acutely important, because that person is going to have to go around to the various districts and schools and somehow, or through my suggestion earlier on of creating this one-stop shop toolkit, a short 100-page document, which is digitally connected. That way we'll create a site maybe that everyone goes to and that they can access it, and it tells you in your role what you must do and what you need to touch, because not everyone in every role needs to be doing something. I think that kind of I was connected to the question that was asked earlier. So I don't have a one-stop shop answer, but just to say that I think it is connected back to the awareness of what the law covers. And the way Chuck explained that a while ago and what you expounded on, I started just trying to put myself, again, the gentleman that was over here just ran out a while ago. Some of the questions he's been asked over the last 2 days, I'm saying to myself, wow, to the teacher sitting down there, online listening or here, all of a sudden, an overwhelming feeling must come across some people that this seems too much for just me one. So I've not directly answered the question, but I've indirectly thrown up a lot of suggestions, just to say that it goes back to the awareness of everyone who touches the data. And step 3 and 4 talks about documenting the reasons for processing and curating this high-level data map. And this is now where I'm like, okay, how do we simplify that for the school? Do we go in there and put something that was going in the staff room that said, guys, data protection awareness, here's all the key people that are involved, here's where you stand, here are the 3 things that you mustn't worry about. Don't worry about nothing else. You just worry about these 3 things. Something like that, I think we have to go do.
Well,
Thanks for that, Chris. Sean?
I think the we that Chris is referring to needs to be qualified, because the data protection officers, the training of the data protection officers are the individuals who have to do this, and that's why you're going to need to train them across the 7 regions. The owner of the project we have here is e-learning.
So let me jump in.
Yeah, go ahead.
If I may.
Sean, 1 second.
So from a practical perspective, So to think we're going to train data protection officers to get you ready and to implement the program is unrealistic,
Correct.
unrealistic. And that is not even the primary responsibility of a data protection officer. So when you hear Andrew speak about run, that is when you want the data protection officer to ensure that the organization is running and following the rules of the game and giving the relevant guidance and interface. But to train up persons on the law, on the legal requirements, on the practical requirements, on the technical requirements, on the project management skills, on the change management skills, on the risk management skills, to implement this for the schools.
By
That's not going to
November
happen.
30.
That's not going to happen. So yes, we do need those persons for the run stage and for the registration phase,
Yeah.
but they should not be seen as part of the readiness stage and implementation stage. That's just not practical.
So let me try and summarize. I know Sean Don, I think, has a question. But let me just summarize the readiness phase. As Chris mentioned, we have to be aware. Chuck says we have to know what we have, and I think all of us agree we have to know who we have that on. Chris just mentioned the purpose and the purpose for collecting the information, and I mentioned that you can't collect date of birth for particular
need to know what those data subject rights are. You need to know what policies and processes you need to put in place to enable those data subject rights. In addition to that, you not want to be, because in getting ready, you weren't doing any of the work, as he said, you're identifying all the things that have to be done. You now need to do all of those things that you identify have to be done. And outside of building out, and the things that I'm speaking about are very specific. They may sound airy-fairy to everybody outside of 1, 2, 3, 4 persons here. But there are very specific activities that are either implicitly or explicitly stated in the law. So after registration, you can now run in the race.
Thanks. I know, Dawn, you had a question earlier.
Sorry. No, clubs in schools are always part of the legitimate interests of education. Whether it be a sports club, whether it be this, because the school has a responsibility to educate the whole child. And so it's not just the classroom activity. Now, the point is, if we are going to get there, from an education perspective, we might figure that it's something difficult, but today we just want to say, 1, to all principals, etc., classify your data. 1. 2, appoint someone in your school that would be this officer. And I'm not in agreement that we cannot identify the officer from now. Because in training, and what that officer is going to help to do is ensure that there's a written privacy policy, data policy, procedures and processes. So it's there for everybody, like in any organization, to follow and comply with. So these are some specific things that one would want to take away to say, this is what we're going to do. So if you were to say to a principal today, I'm not breaking it down into verse or anything, that's a complication. If you say to the principal, because we can't bypass the principal, if we say to the principal, classify the data that you collect on students and parents or anybody, you're going to get that data. Whether they're going to get a senior teacher to do it or whatever, they're going to find somebody to do it, and they are competent to deliver. So I'm saying that some of the concerns are not the legitimate concerns to get it done. I think the legitimate concerns are some of the technical infrastructure issues that one needs to get quickly in terms of information to this group so that they can get the budgetary support to be able to sort of that data protected, whatever they have online, grades, etc. And in terms of the gathering of that information and the understanding, I don't think that would be such a great problem. Now, once they document their policies, if their information officers assisting them, protection officers assisting them in doing it, that means you have a knowledge center surrounding there. Maybe the earliest thing is to equip the region, as Professor Sean is saying, with these 30 people, so they begin to work through their policies. So now you're going to have a common policy document.
Yeah.
Because that is common information to the sector.
Yeah.
And the school. And then that is part of the training manual.
Yeah.
For them to appreciate, understand the policy and how you use that policy within the school.
Yeah.
So everybody, a coach, everybody has to sign on to this. Just like when you get a job, you come, that is part and part of what you must comply with, or it's your ingredient.
Yeah. So what I get from you, Dawn, is that we have to go back to putting in the governance infrastructure, you know, having the person who with responsibility, having the policies and procedures and guidelines that are going to dictate how it is that the schools are going to operate and the timelines that is set for that. Point well taken, Don. And I did say to you previous session that we should have invited you down here on the panel to share your views, Lord. But
So I would want to suggest that what she identified is a run part. We cannot underestimate the part that you think is the easy part or can get done. From the private sector side, big companies who are very risk averse, understand what it is to comply, would have spent hundreds of thousands of US dollars to get consultants to solve the very same problem we are now trying to solve for the schools.
Yeah. Yeah, Chuck and I sit in the space where we have been assisting entities, and Chris, Trevor also, Georgia, who was here, we sit in the spaces that we have been assisting entities in getting through some of those seemingly easy part. And as I said to you, that data in relation to children, those of the students that are under the age of 18 years has, there are some little nuances in the law in terms of how we process that kind of data. So the task is not insurmountable, and I know the schools may have some of the expertise and can be trained because they are teachers and they have to go through training. They can be trained. One of the concerns that Trevor raised earlier, though, is this added to their day-to-day activities. Is it a teacher that is going to take that on, or is it an appointed administrator within the school with the special responsibilities?
The schools have that structure.
Great.
That is why I'm saying that we will find that when we communicate in a particular way, we have senior people, senior positions who have certain administrative responsibility in the structure of the school that can happen.
Yeah.
But the point I want to go to in respect of any breach, remember, in particular, public schools go right back to the ministry in terms of whatever the breaches may be. So their legitimate interest in it is to address what you think is a run is not the run in terms of how one would train the person in the system. Remember now, we know that there are teachers there with their computer degree.
Yeah.
So we are saying that the schools are not without competence.
Yeah.
So,
and therefore, that is why I'm saying, don't let us look at it. We understand, that is a serious burden at this time. But the burden is not necessarily going to be placed on a specific teacher. A specific teacher knows now, whether in research or not, they are not to breach students' data. They don't do certain things without written consent from the parent. So they are not new to this type of thing. So that is why I'm saying that they're not going from ground zero and so on.
Okay, no worries. Then let me just break it there. In the interest of time, I'm just going to take one more question from the floor, and then I'm going to ask Chris and Chuck to give an opportunity to respond and to give a closing remark as we wrap up, noting very well that we haven't gone into a lot of details as it relates to the run phase and some of the activities that has to take place on an annual basis in that run phase. I think I have a question, the last question from a gentleman from St. Thomas, I think.
Good morning again, guys. I'm Ron from UTech. I think what I wanted to say have been stated here in terms of training is very important. But even Chris from yesterday, we're talking, one of the most important things that need to be put in place is we need a retention policies, but we also need a disposal policies. And that has to be put in place in terms of the guidance, what is being done. Because one of the big issues I have, even with the credit union here on campus, every time I go there, I have to give them a copy of my driver's license.
Yeah, one of the things, just to mention that and to clarify that in some ways, the data protection laws will not supersede other laws that exist. And you will have POCA requirements or KYC requirements that financial institutions may have to strictly adhere to. In doing so, they may ask just for verification purposes. They may very well have it on file, but for verification purposes for certain transactions, they may ask you to supply that information. Again, that may come from a different requirement, and maybe it's a nuisance in some instances, but you know, there may be a legitimate reason why they're asking you for that. But you have the option under this legislation to ask the question, why? Why do you need this? Why do I need to provide this?
My issue is the continuous crushing of paper and throwing in bins.
You need to
dumpster diving.
You need to take your credit union to task where that is concerned.
But I don't think it's just credit union, but right across the board, these things need to be put
Yeah.
in place, and this has to be high up on the agenda.
And the legislation will force organizations to take stock. That's it, Chris? To take stock.
So the
Part of compliance.
So the
to-
legislation actually speaks to how you, suggests that the information commissioner will make promulgate regulation that speak to how data is disposed. But we do want to, others go back to the direction you're going on the high level, Sir Andrew.
Yeah, great. Let me take one more question from the gentleman from St.
Morning.
Thomas.
There's a quick question. Will there, I think this is for Chuck, right? Will there be a central data processing unit on the island? Because I'm picking up a sense because the data that you're requiring, I know Miss said that teachers can do it, but I am looking at the quality of the data you're requiring. And yes, as teachers, we collect data, but we only collect droplets of data. You are requiring a deep dive collection of data. So I'm wondering, will there be a central processing unit for data? And then will the officers come to school, collect this data and carry it there? Or how does it, what are you envisioning?
So the legislation isn't suggesting or requiring you to collect any data. If the legislation were to have its way, you would collect no data because that's what the constitutional rights say. If you have no authorization, you should not be processing any personal data. So that's the first thing. When we talk about readiness and registration, you are required to identify the personal data within your organization and give a description of that personal data to the information commissioner. On the first day, Mr. Lee spoke about, from an operational perspective, centralizing some physical processing of data, but that doesn't impact on the fact that each school needs to know what personal data that they are processing. So I hope I'm clear on that, that there's no requirement. We're not inviting you to outsource the processing of your data. No, at this stage for registration, you just must identify all the data that you process or other persons process on your behalf.
So just to be clear, Chuck, what you're saying is that to the gentleman's question, what you're saying is that the registration is not saying you must tell me or give me a copy of the data that you have, but just to give me a description.
And that's the language
of the data, right? I hope that is clear. All right, we have come to wrap up time. We are at 12:30, and I know I'm standing in the way of you and lunch. Hopefully we have gotten some of the objectives and some of the activities. We didn't touch a lot on what is required in RUN, and I realized that there are some activities in terms of meeting data subject rights, reporting obligations, data protection impact assessment, which is some form of a risk assessment that has to be done annually. We haven't touched on that a lot. So I'm just going to give each of you, starting with you, Chris, an opportunity to just give some final remarks as it relates to this topic, bearing in mind that, you know, we may touch on some aspects of the protection side in the next panel. Chris?
So very briefly, ladies and gentlemen, realize that this set of activities is not simple. However, I think our job as this committee that we're not committee, careful with Trevor's words, this working group that we're forming is to come up with a way to simplify it and to make it be more palatable for all the stakeholders involved. So I think what's happening here, Andrew, is for us to take the heavy lifting and us to do the big thinking to then make recommendations to whether it's the e-learning and Ministry of Education around how to make it palatable for the edge. You know, we talk about the network, we talk about the core distribution and the edge, because it's the edge we're talking about. The awareness component is massively important. I think that's going to be continuous. And again, asking everyone in the room to realize that this law has been put in place to protect you, and just you are the data subject, and to figure out how do I translate my understanding of this to my job, what I'm doing, and what situations have you been involved in? Gentlemen in the red area yesterday talk about real, I don't know what the words used, we talk about real life scenarios, real life situations that this thing is affected me. But while he was talking about technology, we're talking about use of data. The gentleman here a while ago from UTech explained that I go to the credit union and I have to fill this thing out again and again and again. That's kind of one of the things that, by the way, NIDS and the National Identification Card, the NIC, will reduce. So that's a whole nother set of things that's going to be, affecting this whole regime of Jamaica moving towards a digital society.
Right. So going back to the action, well, quickly. So in terms of the run phase and what needs to happen, all schools need to be in a position to respond to a data subject access request. So if a child or parent or any other person comes to our organization and say, what information you have on me or my child, you have a duty to be able, you must be in a position to tell them what information you have or provide that information with 30 days. And no, it's not just limited to the information at registration. It's all the different data points that would be collected across your organization. 2, if there is a contravention or a security breach, there must be a system in place to identify it and support it and report it. You need to have a robust system in place to manage all the relationships you have with all the third parties in terms of your caterers, your security, your Microsoft relationship, your Google relationship. Those are some of the sort of things that you have to have in place. But as an action item, this is one of the things I think the working group can do, and this is one of the things I am prepared to do, is to, as I said, really look at a school, that is 2 schools that are fully invested, have resources available to work on, let's say, a 3-week project, a 3-week exercise where we can do a lot of that initial heavy lifting. So I'd want to be able to identify a primary school or 2 primary schools, 2 secondary schools, where the principals are part of this exercise. And so we can identify all of the different things that we speak about. What are your processes? What are the records you collect? What are those things? And that sort of information can then inform that toolkit we're speaking about, because it's not just amending a template. It is looking at what actually exists and then building that out as a model for everyone else. So that's what I'm prepared to do. And I think that's something the working group can do. However, the principals must be involved because this is something that usually takes 12 months to do in an organization. What's that? The chairman and the principal have to be involved because for us to get the information and the learning that are necessary, there's nothing straightforward or simple. What I was saying earlier, that when big organizations spend hundreds and thousands of US on these consultants, they leave them with a laundry list saying, okay, identify your personal data, identify who you share it, and identify. And with all the resources in these big companies, they have lawyers, they have IT, they have compliance, they have risk. They don't know the first thing to do. And the question is, okay, after we paid all of the consultants, all of this money, they have now told us what to do, but we don't have the skills to do it with all our lawyers, all our IT departments, and all our risk and compliance departments. So this first part that we're speaking about, the discovery work and the readiness work, is nothing to be taken for granted, but we are prepared to do that heavy lifting with 2 schools, as long as the principal and the chairman of the board play an active role, and we can do a 3-week, 1-month exercise to do some of that deep diving.
Great. Gentlemen, thanks. A round of applause for our guests. Thanks. And our panelists, sorry. And just remember, with all of this, we're working with a timeline in mind. What's our timeline? What's our timeline? All right, so the timeline is 8 months, right? And the date is December 1st. All right, great. All right, thank you so much, guys. You have been a wonderful audience. Online, I'm sorry we didn't get to your questions in this trip, but I know the questions, everything has been recorded, and I know Sean and team will reach out to hear your concerns in online world. Thank you so much, guys. I'll hand over to Sean, who will
All right, thank you
wrap for lunch.
a splendid segment. It's now going into lunch, and we will return. Yes, we're not forgetting the infant school, so I note that because all of us have to go to infant school or basic school at some point. So it's all inclusive. So by my time here, it's 12:39. We'll come back within an hour for lunch. So we'll run until about 1:30, 1:39. Lunch is provided outside. So enjoy lunch and come back. And I'll do a quick prelude to what we just concluded in this session as a support of the action items going forward. All right, thank you.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Good afternoon, everyone. Trust that you had a good lunch. For those of us here in person and for those online, are you hearing me? Just to confirm that persons online are hearing, I'm now resuming. This is Sean Thorpe, your host, you're hearing. Okay, Christopher, thank you. All right, so we are moving into the afternoon segment, and I want to welcome you back for this segment. I sincerely hope all the rest of persons outside coming from a physical or face-to-face environment, yes, are returning. And in this segment, we are going to be moving the agenda to our next panel. And, you know, we are contending the amount of work that is necessary to implement these action plans. We were even having those discussions in the break. So with the involvement and engagement of the community is so important. So in the morning segment, we spoke about the action plan template, what is involved. We looked at the action plan as it related to data protection, what was involved. Of course, these are working documents, so they are not complete, right? And it means that the working group that is formed out of this action plan with a terms of reference document that, you know, we will be circulating outside of this meeting will be there to guide the working group. Moving into the afternoon segment, we're going to shift gears a little bit to start discussing and having a sensitization around the whole area of the implementation, development and implementation of the action plan for the Cybercrime Act for schools. I'll be sitting on this panel in lieu of Lieutenant Sterling, who is unavoidably absent. And I'm going to defer to Trevor to really moderate this segment under the circumstances. Along with Trevor is Chris Record, as well, who was in the segment earlier today. So we have a full panel. So Chris, Trevor, you're ready? And myself, the three of us are on this panel, but you are in charge from now on at this point, sir. Trevor.
Mr. Record, please join us. All right. All right, so listen, we're gonna, as the agenda says, we're speaking about the development and implementation of action plans for the Cybercrimes Act and for schools. Now, the thing about it is, as I mentioned in my presentation yesterday, cybercrime and cybersecurity, they share some things, but when we're talking about implementation of action plans, even though it's with an eye to treating with the Cybercrimes Act, what the institution or entity is doing is creating and implementing things that will secure it from these crimes, right? So, and I recall that, again, teachers and administrators and so on wanted to get some key takeaways. So kind of put together some tips, some definitions and so on for this particular panel discussion. so that you will have something to take away, but also it will serve as some guidelines for discussion. So the first thing I wanted to talk about, and then we discuss some of these things in a little more depth, is some of the strategic goals for cybersecurity within the organization, right? Because we were talking about strategic goals before and all the activities and all of that stuff. So what I wanted to do here is kind of speak to some of the strategic goals that you want to think about in your cybersecurity efforts and actions, right? So first, let's talk about why you're doing all of this. Let's talk about why you're doing all of this, all right? Why do you need to contemplate a cybersecurity action plan in light of the Cybercrimes Act? And what we're going to see is that there is some overlap between cybersecurity and data protection. Because one of the things you're doing and one of the parts that comes out in a cybersecurity action plan is the need to secure things from unauthorized access, which is directly related to data protection. So why are you doing this? One, and I have 5 key areas here. You see, I'll use numbers 5 and 8 and 10. One of them, the first one, is protecting confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Right? So what does that mean? And in talking about that, and Chuck is here, Chris and Prof, we're talking about protecting sensitive information from unauthorized access and disclosure. Now, these are things that are directly related to data protection, right? Ensuring that data is not tampered with or destroyed, and making sure that the systems and data are available when needed. It's a lot to unpack there. But what I perhaps wanted to do is perhaps have Chuck, Chris talk about when we talk about protecting sensitive information from unauthorized access or disclosure within the context of data protection. Because this is now an overlap of data protection and cybersecurity. What is the importance of this, not only in the context of cybersecurity, but in the context of data protection?
So let me give you some real life examples. As I said, we now on twice a week look at decisions that have been handed down by information commissioners from around the world. So we're looking at the health industry. So when we're talking about access to information, what's the head?
Protecting sensitive information from unauthorized access.
From unauthorized access.
And or disclosure.
Okay, so a hospital in Italy was fined in the hundreds of thousands of dollars because doctors and nurses could access patient data in their hospital that they work, that they were not treating. Okay, so from a school perspective, it's as if there is a LMS and a teacher could access children's information that they don't teach. That is a data breach. That's a data breach under the legislation for which is a criminal offense. So when we speak about authorized person, it flows back to what is the purpose of processing this information? Once that is established, you can then determine, okay, who needs to be able to access this information? And because it's not the school's information, it's not e-learning central management system, is their system, but it's not their information. It is the children's information. And the question is, who needs to be accessing that data at that time and why? So if you're not teaching that other student, why do you have access to that information? That's the sort of granular, real life discussions we're having. So it's all good and well to have a budget, to invest heavily in the technology, to invest in your LMS, to encrypt the data and have all of those nice things and have the ability to implement access controls. But if a teacher from one class can access information about another child and they have no reason to do so, that is a breach under the Data Protection Act, and that's an example of what unauthorized access. This is not an outsider. This is not a hack. I'll give you another example.
Well, before you do that,
Yes.
because time
Yes.
is so just to be clear, unauthorized access plays a role in both data protection and cybersecurity in the form of what is stated in the Cyber Crimes Act. So again, in the presentation yesterday, we talked about unauthorized access with intent, with the idea of, and so on. So it is important that in your cybersecurity strategy or plan, which we'll talk about, that you actually understand that any of the systems that you implement, you have to have measures in place to protect sensitive information against unauthorized access or disclosure, right? You also want to make sure, by the same token, that data is not tampered with or destroyed, because remember we said, look, you have a lot of information there that some people might say, you know, I don't want anybody to see this, or, you know, I don't like this grade, so I'm going to tamper with the system so that, you know, I've got to take over the test so I can, instead of get the C, I can get the A, that kind of thing. And again, these things fall under the umbrella of unauthorized access, damage to data, and so on, as outlined as offenses in the Cyber Crimes Act, right? So that is important to understand, that in order to, one, protect your systems and your operations against, you know, these kinds of occurrences, criminal, there's also a compliance component where the data that is being accessed is sensitive, and you have a duty of care to ensure that you have all of the things in place for that. The next one is making sure that systems and data are available when needed. All right. And I don't know, Chris, maybe you don't want to speak about the things that need to happen, that schools and even organizations generally need to have in place to make sure that the systems and data are available when they're needed, while at the same time protecting them.
So Trevor, over the years of delivering IT solutions in general to businesses out there and to also some public sector, government organizations, I don't think there's a deep enough understanding of high availability, and high availability connects to this whole disaster recovery and things like that. And when we try to explain in recent times that, oh, by the way, there is now a legal requirement to ensure that if this thing is supposed to be available for this cohort of users, you need to even demonstrate that you have done something to make sure it's available. There's not a crystal clear understanding of that. So over the years of using the the CIA, the confidentiality, integrity, and availability, I guess, matrix or a framework to explain cybersecurity as one part of explaining cybersecurity. The availability part has been lost on some people, depending on how the explanation came to them. And so I find it interesting that some of our government thought leaders influence and educate their cohorts around avoiding cloud, for example. Right? And cloud, I think for us in the private sector, that we believe cloud, putting things in the cloud, using cloud applications, especially very simple applications, to whether it's what the minister announced, they talk about Office 365. The availability to me, because all of a sudden you move the responsibility from a whole set of people on the ground here and a team and getting a data center to somebody else, the Microsoft problem or Google problem. And we just need to make sure that we just provide internet and multiple internet access to that cloud. And so that's my just thinking around availability, to ensure that we do what is necessary to A, make the connection happen, but E, make sure that my access and my credentials gives the necessary people the access to who's supposed to see the data. So that's just a little preamble.
And another thing that's important, again, that many of us may overlook when we talk about availability, is it must be available when you need it, right? When you need it. No, again, there's a lot to be said there, because listen, I'm not doing no questions from you anymore, no. You burn out the whole of your question then. So what happens there is you have to remember that if your system is attacked by a virus, by ransomware, and so on, why you can't access it, which means that when you need it, it's not available. So you have to have measures in place to protect against these things. Sure.
I wanted to say something as it relates to that part that you mentioned about when needed, and Chris mentioned high availability. But a lot of organizations, when they think about high availability and when needed, they think about having 24/7 availability and 24/7 access. So it's when needed by whom, based on other points, is needed. But that need may be 1 hour out of a day, right? So high availability may not necessarily be the route to take or the solution to take in that case, because you only need it for 1 hour. So.
Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. So when needed, very important. No, in the interest of time, I will moderate. So I'm soon getting question. I'm not doing it now. All right. So the next part, the second item is minimizing risk. Now, risk, again, some schools, because of the nature of what they view their business as, risk doesn't factor in all the time to school operations. Minimizing, but it actually, now risk, again, some school it does. Because if your systems are not available and you depend upon them to teach, then you can't teach. If you have a school full of computers and those computers require courseware that is on the internet, and then somebody decides that, oh, I know that, so you know what, I'm going to kill the internet. That represents risk. The internet connectivity is a risk point that you must protect. So one of the things you have to be aware of, if it is that you're supposed to protect yourself against cybercrime type acts, is to know where those key touch points are that represent a risk.
If I may, Trevor.
Yes.
From a data protection point of view, I think it's important that we make this distinction. So the legislation speaks about protecting confidentiality, integrity, availability, exact same thing. And it also speaks about risk. But the risk that is the data protection speaks about is specifically the risk to the data subject if anything were to happen to that data.
Absolutely.
So that is
yes.
where there's a fundamental difference, and just want to make that distinction. And that approach runs contrary to normal business, because there's always a risk to the business, to
yes.
our assets.
And it's good to make that differentiation, because one of the key business items for a school is the student, the teacher, the parent, and staff. And again, you may find yourself, this is why there's so much overlap with these things. You might find yourself in a situation where when you need to identify the risk points, you need to identify all of them, because you have to then put in measures to protect against those. So as Chuck is saying, one of the risk points would be the individual, the data subject, the person whose data you have possession of, right? So it's important that, again, in assessing the risk for the cybersecurity that you're implementing, that you be clear to understand all the risk points that are going to come at you.
One question, Triple. Who? Because again, I put on my teacher's hat. Is it that me as the administrator for the school, the district, the ministry,
Who does
the principal, who does this risk?
We soon get there.
Okay.
Next slide.
Let's check in.
No,
Okay.
these are the goals.
Okay, all right.
We don't implement yet.
Ah,
These are goals.
okay.
We're going to get to implementation
Thank you.
shortly, which would answer the who,
Thank you.
or give us some eye into the who. So by understanding the risks, you can implement the right security measures, right? And in doing so, mitigate a great deal of the risk. But here's something that's interesting. Almost 80, if not more, % of data breaches globally are caused by one thing. Anybody want to guess what that is? Anyone? Anyone online want to guess what that one thing is? You guys can see who is online typing and all stuff. So the question is, almost 80% of data breaches that occur result or are caused by one thing. And my question is, do you want to? All right, human beings, anyone else? Sorry? Human beings. Oh, someone on the chat says access to your network. Anyone else? All right, 80% caused by human beings. 80% of data breaches. And the reason for that is you dash all of this technology, you're bombarded with all of these different things that you have to do, email, electronic documents, online management system, online training system, student information, all of this stuff. And what we don't do is train staff and even students and parents as to the best practices to use this stuff. So as a result, somebody get to an email and see a link and it looked like it came from the principal. They didn't check. Click on the link. These people are connected to the school's network. And when them click on that link that goes and searches for just because I never know I shouldn't click on the link. That's why employee training and awareness is extremely important. Chris, your thoughts? Ongoing training and awareness.
Well, as you know from my 5-point plan, right? My 5-point plan, the first thing is become aware become very aware. Of course, as a player on the whole thing, be afraid, become very afraid. Train regularly, train often, train over and over and over and over again. So as you are going through, even with the first part around protecting confidential integrity and availability, and then as you start touching on minimizing risk, I'm here thinking again, all morning this morning, from I left home, I started to say, I'm going to put my head in the mindset. I'm going to put my whole being as the teacher. I am the teacher. I am teaching back at Mona when I stood up there with my third form group and fourth form group, teaching them electronics and electrical principles, which I was taught here at UTech to teach, right? I was in the tech department when I learned all of those things from people like Prof. Morris and people like that, right? Helen Morris. And I'm sitting on here as the teacher in the group, and then some consultants like Consultant Nooks and Consultant Forrest and Consultant Cameron has sent training to me, and I'm in there with my responsibility to teach these students. Again, I said it earlier, I am overwhelmed, right? I am overwhelmed. So in this day and age, what would keep me from not being overwhelmed? Is it posters in every classroom to show a responsibility? That's kind of what's on my mind. Is it an app? Is it an app from the Ministry of Technology or the Ministry of Education or Technology and Association of Education, Association of E-Learning? Create this thing that keeps reminding me of my responsibility as a teacher for these data subjects that are all sitting in front of me, AKA students. So I think that's where I am dotted line. His mic is up there with the gentleman. I'll give him the mic. That's where I am thinking that me as the teacher, how do I stay focused on the main job that I'm here to do while keeping an eye on this responsibility that I am now being told all of a sudden that I have. So that's my little thinking around that. I think, I don't know if Prof wanted to something or keep an eye on something or the TARP or Chuck, I don't know. What,
yeah, so I wanted to get Prof views on that because again, yes, different schools may come up with different innovative ways of keeping their teachers clued in. The fact is, awareness must always be there. The challenge that you speak of is training, because training requires the teacher to either dedicate some time. Are we doing, 2 hours out of a week, 3 hours out of a month, them kind of, and where do teachers find the time to do that? Do we need more innovative ways and efficient ways to train teachers about this kind of thing?
So former director Forrest, right? So both Trevor and I were both directors on this board of this company called eLearning Jamaica Limited, right? At one point in time, he was deputy chairman. At one point in time, I was chairman, right? And one of the things that the questions I asked when I joined the board way back in the very beginning, close to when the organization was formed, and some of the activities that had to be done was training of the teachers around implementation of technology in the schools. And I was very surprised by the effort that the organization had to go through to get these teachers to come to these places for training. It was a monumental task. And I don't know if any of the current e-learning teams that are here are still experiencing that level of effort where we have to literally mobilize, right? It remind me of election days, but anyway, I don't want to get into that. But you see the mobilization happening to get the teachers to the location to learn something that's going to be their benefit, right? We're providing laptops and tablets and these things for them and trying to say that if you learn this, you are now going to be better off. And still you had to almost pay them to be there.
Motivation. That's what I was speaking about.
Isn't the motivation intrinsic? I learned that in my tech ed class, right? Is it intrinsic versus extrinsic motivation, right?
But in fairness to the teachers, they have a lot to do.
You're telling me?
And the thing about it is, and it's something that you said, And you know, when we were there, constantly reassessing how we did things. And this is what I would want to hear from Prof. You'd hear Chris say, look, when e-learning try to engage teachers to the training, we tell the teachers, oh, now for come here, so come to this and to learn this and so on. And in understanding their pressures and, you know, the time they don't have. Sometimes what you need to do is meet them.
Exactly.
Where they are.
Right.
To bring that benefit to them. And Prof, what I would want to ask is in understanding that particular problem, where it is hard to get teachers to dedicate the time, which they really don't have all the time. How do we now make this a reality really quickly? Efficient ways of training?
I'll give you the answer straight up. You see, when we started out at Ministry of Education a month ago, I thought immediately that the only way we're going to be able to disseminate effectively to the instructors and the teachers is using a workshop model. The workshop model has to be persistent. You see the ready and run that we're talking about? Workshop has to, so even currently within the system of the university, to get certain topics and issues across, just to be, you know, awareness, outside of even what we're discussing now, a workshop model iteratively has to be presented to the community to get that buy-in. And it might be smaller groups, it could be larger groups, small groups, 40, 50 people at a time, 100 persons at a time. We're talking about a sector here with how many teachers? Over 25,000 teachers, right? So the dissemination model has to be workshop driven all the way. That way it gets across, such that our friend here from St. Thomas would have heard about the workshop intent, by the way, but it's the workshop model that took him here.
Yes, but here's the question though. When I hear workshop, it means some of them have to go. They don't have the luxury of that.
Oh no. So
and we also heard that, well, UTech having a workshop.
Yes.
But Manota Senti don't know about it. Manota Porty don't know about it. Why? Because when you send it out, it's not everybody get it. So my statement is, instead of telling Senti and St. Thomas and Porty to come go there.
No, but in other words, you have to use a workshop model. That's tell you why you have to use a workshop. If you go to just like here in the university, the teachers are all engaged from 1st to 6th form with teaching. When you say workshop, you know what comes to them in terms of the mindset? It's an opportunity to get continuing professional education credits. The incentive to them under the workshop is that this will be continuous learning opportunities for them. And we append that to it.
So no, this is an interesting point. Very important, because he said continuing professional credits.
Yes.
Where the credit thing come from?
No, so in other words.
Yeah. Where did the credits thing come from?
You know, in the teaching, you can correct me if I'm wrong, in the teaching. So, yes, give him the mic.
Yes. Albert Green, Principal Mavis Bank High. It is part of our appraisal system.
Right.
So whether or not I want it to come, it forces me to.
Yes. There you go.
You understand?
Yes.
So it's a mechanism that is in place, right? Because when my EO said to me, prepare for
your assessment next month. When I collect the certificate, it is evidence.
Yeah.
So it's form a part of my portfolio.
And we have to arrange that out of this forum,
So-
the certificates.
Yes, so what the principal is talking about is something that exists, but something that needs to be augmented when we're talking about this kind of space. We want to increase awareness. We want to boost the knowledge of this space.
Yes.
But there must be motivation to do it, which you are alluding to.
And continuous learning.
Yes.
And also, the gentleman spoke about intrinsic motivation
Yes,
and
yes,
extrinsic. It means that it gathers both.
Yes.
Because I am here learning, and then my goal is really to achieve X.
Yes.
So that whenever time, the evaluation is done, I am on top.
Good.
Hence, my IT teachers here, and also my system administrator.
Yes.
There you go.
Which is why it is important that these things, because we're talking about the goals, training and awareness, but now when we start to implement, we have to make sure that the right linkages are there to motivate the people to go to the training and become aware. Yeah?
But there's something else I want to add to that, Trevor, that we may not even be seeing. When you get into the minds of the instructors, whilst this gives them continual professional education credits and a current appraisal, remember, given them the challenged budgets in the school systems that we are all cognizant of, if these opportunities present themselves, you have a cybersecurity or a data protection workshop. If I'm a tutor or a teacher, I'm going to say, wait, this is an opportunity for me to get into the field. This is an opportunity for me to also do some practice in the industry. This is a chance for me not only to be teaching in the classroom, but it's also for a chance for me to augment my alternative sources of income.
So there are a multiplicity of opportunities.
Right.
There is a question and a statement that before we move on to the next one, which will be quick because we've exhausted compliance and regulations. Christopher Suter says, credits is a university dispensation. Additionally, a training of this nature is not as mandatory as the panel believes. Well, it's not really we say it mandatory. What we are saying is that it is something that requires motivation. If it needs to be made mandatory or is tied to something, as the principal says, that almost forces you to do the training because you want to advance. I think that's what we're referring to. It is a goal to get your employees more aware and train whatever methods you can use to motivate them to train and get more aware. That is what you have to zero in on. The third one, compliance and regulations. Now, again, we know what we have to be compliant with, and we know why and when. So one of your cybersecurity goals is also compliance, because in implementing all of those controls and measures and everything, invariably it facilitates compliance with data protection. So one of the things that we do at 876 Solution, we normally tell people that when you're looking at data protection compliance, there are two streams. There's a legal one, there's a technical one. Because what happens is while you have a lot of very specific measures that like a design privacy helps you with, how do you get your IT plant, your hardware, your software, and the management of all of these to a point where you can consistently ensure that you're compliant? So it is something that you have to be aware of, that part of your cybersecurity strategy is to help you to get compliant with things like the Data Protection Act, but also to protect you from crimes as defined by the Cyber Crimes Act that may be perpetrated by your IT manager and him don't even realize him doing that, or by a teacher who inadvertently is sharing info with a colleague and don't know that that act itself, because they can't do it, it's not like the system prevented them because the controls weren't put there to prevent them. Them say, oh, I can't do it, so it must be okay. These things are important to ensure that you're compliant with data protection and you protect yourself from what is contemplated under the Cyber Crimes Act as an offense. Yeah. The fourth one, incident response and disaster recovery. So here's the thing. It's not a matter of if this stuff is going to happen. It's a matter of when. It will happen. All right. In the cybersecurity circles, I have a saying, you have two types of organizations. Those who have been hacked and those who have been hacked but don't know it. Right? It's going to happen. Breaches will occur. How you respond to them is what is important. How quickly you recover from somebody coming in and wiping out all of your data and IT infrastructure. How you respond to that. And response, guys, is not only procedures for backup and restore and all of that. In this day and age, when communications travels a lot faster, there is a response plan you need that engages the media. Because reputational damage to your institution happens a lot quicker now, right? I'm sitting in here yesterday and I'm just scrolling through and I hear about incidents at Queen's. Then you hear about an incident at another school and another school. Normally, you know, the cycle for that might be a day or two. I'm sitting here and watching it as it's happening. So, response to incidents and having an incident response plan is very important, on top of ensuring that you have backups and that you adopt what I call a 3-2-1 backup and recovery approach to storing your data. Some of you might remember a couple of years ago, some schools were badly affected by a breach that occurred for a company that provided the school information systems to a number of schools. And that system was breached. And a lot of schools could get access to their student and teacher data and so on. And that severely impacted school operations. If you do not have a plan to recover from those kinds of incidents that will happen, it will severely impact your school operations. You can't teach, you can't pay people, you can't access internet and those kinds of things. So these are very important. The final thing that you want to contemplate is this thing called continuous improvement. This thing is not a one-time activity. So you don't just put in these things today and, you know, wait another 10 years and upgrade. The exercise that you're going through, whether it be for data protection or cybersecurity, is continuous. Every year, in the case of the data protection legislation, you have to report every year. The practices that you have to undergo in a cybersecurity plan are not one time None of these things are one time. They are continuous. Right? So don't feel that you're going budget for it this year and wait another 5 years and consider it again. No, this stuff is now in your day-to-day operations.
But I want to interject quickly because I'm making a good observation. So you have a system administrator in the school. Should it be the risk? Well, you say you're going to come to rules and responsibilities soon. But the organization might look, the school might look and say, well, that sounds like the system admin job, backup and recovery. And, that might be a case where they need to be trained formally on all those components in a significant way. They may need sufficient rate, they may need new technology infrastructure to be put into the school. So who is going to provide that, under the provision?
So not to put the gentleman on the spot, right? But I would like to get just a feeling from the IT gentleman from Mavis Bank. You've been here hearing all of this. Seriously, just as if you could just suggest one or two things that pop in your mind as you're hearing all of this that we are telling you that you need to be doing. I don't know who has the mic, if you could just allow him to just, I didn't want to put him on the spot, but I said, let me just ask for his opinion, because what you said a while ago is correct. I mean, where the budget coming from, but just a few thoughts. The mic on? Press the button.
Right. David Rookwood from Mavis Bank. As it relates to implementation now, I'm really concerned about how I'm going to do that because of the lack of resources. And in terms of, that's really just it, the resources are not there.
They don't know how to clone you yet.
No. So that is our major drawback.
Right. Okay. Any thoughts from the IT teacher? No thoughts. You don't want to be put on the spot. Okay, I'm put on the spot.
What I would
Albert said something to me outside, and I want him to also share, because it comes back into the who part, right? And one of the things that he said is, where, in terms of stakeholders, his question to me, where are the people from Ministry of Education? Why are they not in the room? Where are the education officers?
Yes, thank you. And I'll just expound on that. Since Monday, I was in the office Monday, but then it prompted me to be here yesterday. I was supposed to be in the office today. I called and I said, boy, I can't leave this. Because for the truth to be told, this sort of interactive sort of, sessions, it motivates one. But then my policy was here Monday, so that's policy. As it relates to Ready Run, that's operational, and I am not seeing the person. We have the vehicle, right? But it needs more participants on this train. Is it that no one was invited from the technical point of view from the ministry to be here? And if, well, Prof, I'm a former lecturer, 2000, 2003, IT. Then it means that we need the answer. Why we don't have anybody from that level engage in this sort of conversation, because it is difficult for us leaving the seminar here. We're equipped with information, But then we discussed that today at the lunch table. I said, Rookwood, all we will have to do, as soon as Monday, we'll have to meet with the entire staff to shed light and what is to come. And this is a must, you know. But the policy, we understand government buy into that. But what happened to the run part? What happened? Because this thing, the EO, as high as the RD, the regional director, because the regional director would give this sort of guideline, this sort of instruction from session like this, and then pass it down to the EO. And then the segment now, it segment its way into QEC, Quality Educational Circle, right? So that missing link, I know that maybe persons are online, but there's an old saying that the eyes of the master fattens the calf. I am an agriculturist too. You understand? The eyes of the master fatten the calf. And that is why I could sit back at school and then Miss Dixon here, Mr. Rookwood. It means that when the three of us are here, yeah, we work much better. So that is my concern. I'm really disappointed.
You make some good points. One key one, the issue of dissemination, which was brought up earlier. Resource the education officer and so on. Disseminate, but you brought up so on. But what I'm hearing is again reiteration of what was said before. We need to make sure that information gets to who we need to get to so they to ask. But I think I'm gonna save it for the next slide. You wanted to say something?
I was just gonna say I agree with the principal, and I mean leadership really matters. And I'm happy that you're here, and you know we ought to congratulate you and give him a clap. But the truth is that the ministry generally and teachers like yourself are extremely busy, and I'm not providing excuse, but PEP is going on among other things right now. So I'm going to put that as a kind of excuse for some principals not being here and for other persons within the ministry. But the ministry supports this. And I know, as you indicated, the minister was here on Monday, and there are other technocrats within the ministry who are aware and, you know, are going to be involved.
All right, great. So that's the strategic goals, right? Now, the second part of this conversation, same panelists, is all right. So we know the goals we need to aspire to. Well, how and what do we do to get there? Right. So, and like I said, the teachers were keen on getting a little list of things that here is what we need to do to get from point A to point B to point C, which is why I kind of put together this list. So next is I kind of threw together what I would call a 8-step action plan for schools. What are the things you need to do generally? I can't get into the weeds, you know, but this is about some takeaways for you. What do you need to do to get yourself cyber secure, right? And in doing so, we start to look at all of the things now that you have to consider as an administrator, as one of the practitioners within the school, and so on, to get to that point where you're cyber secure and you're also compliant. And one of the things, again, that we do at 876 is we actually have a very defined process, it's industry recognized process that helps you to get secure and compliant. It's very intense. And this list kind of comes out of some of that. Our assessment is about almost 100 and odd touch points that we assess for you and you give you a nice report and all of that stuff. But the first thing is perform an assessment. And you said the word risk come back in this thing. Risk is one part, but perform an assessment. Know where you are now. Because if you don't know what your state of affairs is now, you don't know what you need to fix. It's the biggest mistake a lot of, not only schools, organizations generally. They go headlong into, oh, we need to do this and we need to buy this, and we need to fix this and we need to acquire this and we need to install this and so. To what end? You don't know what you're fixing because you don't know what's broke. So the most important thing for any organization and school to do is an assessment. Sir Chris, you want to speak a little bit on the importance of the assessment component, or yes, the assessment component.
So generally, with any information technology involvement, so whether it's going into an organization, so let me put on my hat first as a IT practitioner going into an organization to help solve a problem. As Trevor says, it always all starts with an assessment of sorts. The big challenge though, Trevor, with assessments, you and I have had this experience before, is getting everyone to sit at the table, getting them to fill out the forms, getting them to answer the questions, getting buy-in from everyone that this is important. Some people sit down and roll their eyes and they pay a little bit of lip service to giving you the answers. But every time that we've had to, especially with what we've been doing recently with digital transformation and going into organizations to kind of get a feel as to where the organization is and where the organization is to be. So if I apply all of that learning to schools now, it might be simpler in schools, might be, because we may look at all categories and band them together to say, okay, let's say infant schools are this category, here are the things that are important to them, and then what the assessment that we have done, that we do for 2 or 3, may be the same that pertains for the other 50. It may be easier that way, might be, don't know.
So, and again, that's why we kind of use the approach we use. It is a standard approach because invariably, when we go into an organization, what we find is the answers to the questions reside in certain key pockets. Certain people have that info in their head. It's not written down, right? But certain key people have the answers to a lot of the questions the assessment focuses on. And once you can get to those people and get those answers, then you can paint the picture to management or the board or whoever as to here is your state of play. Because when I'm going to find out about cybersecurity stance right now, I'm not necessarily I may not be asked. I know that paints the picture of your current state as it relates to cybersecurity. Right? So I want to know if in a school, because in certain other organizations is a different situation. But the idea is, ladies and gentlemen, the assessment. Don't make a move without knowing your current state, because your current state informs where you need to be based on where you are now, right? So, anybody that come in and say, yeah, man, all you need to do is buy this, that, install this, and you're good. Your question to them is, how do you know what my problem is? Because you've never checked it, right? What the? Yeah, no problem. Yeah, it's weird.
Delay. There's a delay.
Yeah. So that's the first thing.
So Trevor, but going back to the first part of the thing, massively important risk assessment, but because of the how many schools we have? All right, over 1,000 schools.
How do we do that?
How do you do that?
All right. So here's the thing, Chris. It's cybersecurity. Its deadline is not December 1. It doesn't have a deadline, by the way, because it's continuous. No, what is important for December 1 is registration and what? Registration. Yeah. So that is the deadline thing. But this doesn't have a deadline. You want to know why? Because it's important right now.
Oh, I was about to make an interjection, Trevor, because I was going to say both of them have to be running concurrently.
Well,
what
it is
Mr. Nooks referred to it as Siamese twins.
Yeah, it's important right now.
I don't think you can have Siamese twins 30 years apart.
Because here's the thing, the threat
Yes.
presented by not being cyber secure exists today. The fines for not being data protection compliant, that will kick in till December. But somebody can, in fact, impact your operations today.
But Trevor, if I can add something, based on what Chris just said, it's 1,000 schools. I'm going to err on the side of caution and say that the risk assessment that we're talking about is such that all the schools are at 100% risk of a cyber attack, 100% risk. And therefore it means that the risk assessment, I mean, let's use ground zero, right? Ground zero, there's nothing. And if there's nothing, what then amounts to as the risk assessment that you now need to do?
So I mean, give an example. I'll give you two. If you looked, principal, do you know right now what your risk profile as it relates to cybersecurity is? No, I'm doing this deliberately. Do you know? Is that yes or no thing?
Again, based on what I am learning,
yeah,
it's ground zero.
Yeah, but no, you don't know if it's ground zero, but you just don't know.
Okay. Because we haven't had the expert that would come in and then do an assessment.
I don't feel say your IT manager not doing anything, you know. The thing about it is from 1 to 10, you don't know where on that scale you are. Fair enough?
Yes.
If I may, Trevor.
So that is what. Now, just one more quick thing. If you think the school is a problem, if you looked at the same profile for ministries, departments, agencies in government, for companies that are on the stock exchange, both the main and the junior stock exchange and so on, you'd be surprised. The fact of the matter is, we have never taken this security thing seriously. And it is not until you do your assessment that you can say, listen, thing dark around here. We need to do something, right? And that is why it's important for you to do that before you go and make certain sorts of decisions, because your decision has to be informed. Got a
Right, so
question here.
If I may.
Yes, as you,
So.
go ahead,
So
Chuck, and-
this challenge is not unique to Jamaica, not unique to an industry. About 1,000 schools that are at ground zero. So going back to the UK again, when the UK wanted to drive their digital transformation and wanted to become a home of online and e-commerce of all of this, they identified cybersecurity risk as a big issue. How can they be driving business online and exposing them, knowing of the fact that they have all these risks? And this is where they came up, this is the same question, which comes first, the chicken or the egg? Right now we're at ground zero, so we need an assessment to know so we're at ground zero. So what the government did, the government established some basic cyber information security requirements that all small businesses must comply with. Well, not must, but recommended standards that they should comply with to establish a basic framework. Because the assumption, they had to make an assumption without doing an assessment of all the businesses that everybody's at ground zero. And that's when they came up with cyber essentials. What are those basic controls that must be in place? So that is with information about your risk profile or no profile. These are just some of the basic controls that must be in. It's like you have a house, you must have a door and you should have a lock. Whether you lock it is a different thing. That sort of thing. What are the basics that must be in place? And I think when Chris speaks about distilling the different information security standards, we want to distill what are those basic requirements for the schools, even in the absence of the risk profile, because they're at ground zero, they're in problems now.
So assessment, the key takeaway, do an assessment. Question here.
Okay, so go back to availability. You spoke about, all right, if a school have a network and they do local backup and that network is infected, what will happen to their data?
We'll soon get to that.
Lost. Yeah, I'm coming to that.
Yeah, man, we'll soon get to that.
So, perform a risk assessment, come back to availability. Or available is your internet? Is it stable enough to link to backup of data, which is we spoke about regular backup of data? Will a school back up their data locally only, or will they back up it both locally and externally?
So again, we soon talk about that. See, regular backup of data, but we are going to speak to the specifics of that.
Yeah, what the point I want to bring across also is will the different groups be able to finance the different hardwares that should be put in place to accommodate security? So as I was saying about the whole backup aspect, whichever group will be put in place to manage these manage the schools per se, will they manage it in a sense that they will have a backup server to facilitate these schools? As I was saying, if the schools want to do the backup as an external option in case there's a network breakdown.
So exactly. So again, you're getting into the weeds. What we want to do is tell people the things you must consider to get to a secure state. How you do it, what software you use, we don't care. What hardware you use, don't business. But you have to use some.
Yes.
So Campion might use one thing, Mavis Bank might use another. The idea is you must do this. How you choose to do it? If I decide I want to use Flow, and Mavis Bank decide, well, you know, so we prefer digital, fine. Internet connectivity exists. We're not getting into the weeds. What we're talking about, the things that you must do if you want to be cyber secure. You see what I'm saying? So we're not getting into the technicalities.
Okay.
What we're getting into is for the principal there and his management. These are the things you need to consider. Now, it is not their core expertise to determine whether they want to use Veeam or backup executor. No. But I need to have a backup. And if I'm backing up, I need to know that if the backup, fail, do I have one out the door? Yeah? How? What kind of drive it store upon was? I don't care about that. That is not his problem. His problem is to know that we have it and to ensure that we have it so that when disaster strikes, we can recover from it. That is what we're concerned with here.
Okay.
So the second one is to develop policies and procedures. Now you'd be surprised at how many institutions don't have this. So what I'm going to ask Professor Record to share some insight with, and I'm going to rope in Nooks as well, is policies and procedures. What does that look like? What does that entail?
You know, we're adopting all of them to be adjunct professor, which is what we're discussing it at lunch.
Yeah.
That is why I think that.
And why do you need them? These policies and procedures, why do you need them? Sir Chris.
The simple version, Trevor, is I'm gonna connect it back to what something Chuck said a while ago, and also tie back to my 5-point plan, right? Meaning that what I found from my teaching years coming all the way up to now is you get your objectives met if you provide a crystal clear path and know how you do it and all of that to that path and to that goal and objective. And that's what policies and policies and procedures do in terms of cybersecurity. It gives a guideline, it gives a path, it provides a way, because with no way, then we know what happens. There are many stories that exist in the aviation field and also in the medical field around what happened when historical information, when there was no processes and procedures around certain things versus when you put in processes and procedures. With no processes and procedures, people died, right? Lots of people died. People died in the medical field when there was no processes and procedures around simple sanitation and cleaning of your hands. People died. And then once that was put in by a nurse, by the way, who observed that people were dying because the doctor leave over there so and carry something over here so and somebody died. Just putting in those processes and procedures save lives. It's the same thing with the airlines. There are certain checklists that if you don't stick by and abide by them. So it's the same thing, Trevor, that is massively important why we need to put these together. But they need to be, I think for the industry that we're talking to, we can't make it complex. It has to be relatively simple and easy to get to see, and just to follow. Right? That's high level what I would suggest.
Yeah, thanks, Trevor. Policies are generally, I look at it as the internal laws of an organization and should not attempt to supersede the external laws, the laws of the land, right? The procedures is what you do to ensure that those policies are maintained. So it's the actions that you take. Then you have some of the policies, when persons develop policies, sometimes the two always walk together, because sometimes in writing out a policy, it is so specific sometimes that you're telling persons what to do or what not to do, right? And then you have guidelines that goes with that. Another term that is often used are standards. And you hear people talk about standard operating procedures. So it is one of those governance tools that is used to ensure some level of consistency in the way an organization operates, pretty much like the laws of a country, is the governance tools that's used to ensure that, everybody is walking the right line. And when there are deviations from that, then there are some consequences to be faced when there are deviations, and the internal policies work similar to that.
Yeah, no doubt. And something that is also important about these policies and procedures is that a lot of times, I know in government you have this thing called staff orders, and kind of acts as a guideline as to how you're supposed to function and so on. These are kind of like staff orders for cybersecurity behavior, best practice, and that kind of thing, because again, not everybody is familiar with what they're supposed to do.
But hold on now, Trevor. I'm going to bring up as the academic here. I'm thinking in the minds of the teachers who are here. This is a radical transformation, of the entire educational system that is being required. And I'm being deliberate when I say that, because everything you have on those slides, when I sit and think about them, is a full curriculum. A full curriculum.
Hold on now. So wait now. I'm gonna
The
stop you.
academic talking.
I'm gonna stop you right there. We not sell no course curriculum right here. Left that alone. We're focusing on the fact that this is what the teachers have to do in order to make sure that you are cyber secure.
Yes.
And so, no, we're not getting at the curriculum about that. What we want to do is highlight what they need to do, right? Something else I want to say, like because I threw this thing together right before lunch, this isn't a specific order. So I might deviate from the 1, 2, 3. I was just pulling this stuff from my head when I was just before lunch. So I see a question up here. Oh, sorry.
I just have one comment and so, boy, listen, Sean, if you didn't already have a job, certainly, as part of my sales and marketing team and stuff like that, trust me, I would have space for you on that, because you're persistent. But as it relates to Sean mentioned that, this is a massive shift and stuff like that. And I have a tendency not to necessarily agree with the massive shift, because it is taking what you already know and repurposing it. Policies are nothing new to teachers. Nothing at all is new about policies. The government has set ways in which the schools are so rigid in some of their operations that this is nothing new. It's taking this and repurposing it. Is taking risk assessment is something that we do every day. When we walk out in the street, are we going to turn left or are we going to turn right? Are we going to avoid to run the lane change risk with this taxi man? Are we not going to do that? Risk assessment are things that we do every day. So it's taking some of the things that we have in practice on a day-to-day basis and repurposing them or contextualizing them to achieve the goals that we have here. So don't be too afraid of what you see in front of you. As soon as you start looking at the terms and you start breaking down those terms into their true meanings, then you'll understand that it is nothing to fear, really. It is just to ensure, we're not saying that it is going to be necessarily easy and straightforward in all cases, but understanding the terms in the first instance in their true meaning and then contextualizing them would be a great start in putting in your program.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. In respect of what you have done and coming from the contribution last in relation to the governance aspect of it, sometimes when we're talking, we forget that the majority of these schools are government schools. The responsible ministry is the Ministry of Education. Any breach, the defendant is the Attorney General. So let us get back to the point.
Let's talk about that
Yes.
too. Good. Not like that point.
So let's get to the point now. So
Like
we
that
are
point.
breaking it down as though this is it. Let us take a problem-solving approach to it and say, one, when we meet at the level of the board and the principal first, before we get to the person, is it that we are going to have some centralized localization of the data? Is it that it's going to be kept regionally? Because we have to make it something which is manageable. So the question is now, you may be assessing within a particular context, and from that pilot, this is what we would want technically. You also have to decide, is it something where we want to make data sovereign in Jamaica? Because that's an issue. Or do we get it overseas?
You need to come and stand up.
And if we get it overseas, the question is, what is the nature of the agreement that we enter into with respect to when breach is there and the question of liability? Is it going to be some contributory liability between that and that? So in the very fact of saying that we are shifting to Microsoft 365, what's the nature of that agreement? What is it that we are putting in there with respect to liability and when there is a breach? So I don't want the principals to believe that this is a personal decision they have to make collectively. And that is why we said early as May, we'll get the ministry together with the principals and the boards. That's the level of governance, so that they can properly direct a policy to the schools after discussion. And are we going to have, things like
Yeah,
that?
so you bring up an excellent point as it relates to who is responsible.
Right, so let me
hold on. My boss, and he's chomping at the bit, because this one is entirely on Chuck, Chuck ready, You ask a very, very important question.
She must be at the table.
Responsibility. And in fact, you went into detail as to things like Microsoft 365.
Whatever it is.
Where is that data stored? Is it supposed to be sovereign? Right. So the question I want to ask, which I would like Chuck to
don't bother ask a question, because I may say one thing.
Hold on, that in reference to what you have said, because it's very important, and I would like Professor Cameron to answer, is whenever things like data breaches occur in the context of the data protection legislation, let us say at Mavis Bank, a breach occurs and some sensitive data is dashed out. Who is responsible for that?
Good.
Because, the question is it the Ministry of Education? Is it principal here on board? That's what I want to be, because the law speaks to this, So I would like you to shed some light on that.
I'm very glad at the very pointed questions and the very pointed statements, because these are some real discussions that have to be had, and informed people need to be sitting at the table. So we are speaking about our constitutional rights that are enjoyed by all citizens of Jamaica. So that's the context of this data protection conversation. First thing, what the legislation has done, it has taken it hasn't rested the protection of Jamaican citizens solely in the courts. As a matter of fact, it has taken it outside the purview of the court So when there's a data breach, you don't need to sue anybody. The person responsible for overseeing the protection of the privacy rights of individuals of Jamaicans is the Information Commissioner. That is one of the most powerful offices in Jamaica. So if she sees there's a breach at Mavis Bank and all of Mavis Bank students' data is at risk and they're at risk, and Mavis Bank has failed to implement the appropriate data processing standards that have been dictated by the law, regardless what any minister say, and we're on camera now, regardless to what any minister say, the Information Commissioner has the power to say, Mavis Bank, close your doors until you have put the requisite safeguards in place that have been mandated by the legislation. So it doesn't have anything to do with the Attorney General. It doesn't have anything to do with suing anyone.
No, what I'm trying to say, it doesn't take away certain rights from the individual. The ministry is still the owner. I'm speaking about public schools. Hold on a moment, the public schools. Sorry, I'm speaking about the public schools now. And I am saying, in terms of getting ready, it is sounding like Mavis Bank stand by themselves, this one stand by themselves, this one stand. No, they operate on a budget. The responsibility for the resources and putting the things in place still rests with the ministry, the government.
So there are different discussions, you know. So
No, no,
let's disaggregate.
So
I was making in relation to like the principals will get the impression that, listen, I have to do this now and get in some risk assessment first, but I don't have any money. But I'm saying that the earlier discussion, and this would be joined at the same table, was whether the technocrats or technical expertise will get involved in this regional thing that we talk about, conference, that involve the regions, the principals, and the boards, first of all, to come to some decision overall. Because when the breach takes place at Mavis Bank, it is the board, firstly, that is going to go to in relation to that. And no matter what we say, if the breach is taking place in 10 schools, it doesn't just close schools and they're at home, because there are certain rights to education. So I'm saying that the principals are by themselves, get my school together. I'm just saying, let us get to the governance that there's the understanding. Regionally, etc., part of the decision making. That's all.
That's understood.
Trevor, let me join up the conversations. So in the private, the responsibility of they have that same situation.
No, different structure.
No.
No.
And that no, let me stop you there, Chuck. Because here's what I want to clarify. Which, since you have the mic in your hand, let's do this. Because what is important to understand, especially as it relates to responsibilities of principals.
No, I think I'm saying the same thing.
Hold on, Chuck. You have to yield to the moderator and I'm a boss. So what is important for us to understand is the role of the board, the role of the principal, because in private sector, CEO report to board, right? But the private sector company doesn't have a ministry, right? But what is important to understand is if the board, what happened? The board then asks you what happened. No, before the board ask you what happened. Up top, ministry. I say, hey, board, oh, I go on here, so. What happened here? This is important to understand because the ministry sets the overall policy. Okay?
So that's where I was going, Trevor. So please let me interject and just finish the thought. The example I was giving is who controls resources, who sets policies. The schools don't set policies. The school don't have any control over their budget. So that is where there's some alignment. But in terms of who is accountable and who is a custodian, there are two different issues. So I want to think that when I was making reference to the board and the private sector, I'm equating the board of the private sector with the Ministry of Education. They're for public schools. They are the ones that set the policies for the schools. They're the ones that have the dictate how resources will be allocated. So that is the equivalent of a private sector board. So I think there's some consensus there. However, when it comes to what happens at Mavis Bank, the information commissioner is not going to be satisfied that the Ministry of Education didn't allocate a budget, so nothing happened in Mavis Bank. So until the Minister of Education allocates a budget, that is when she's not going to enforce or exercise any of her administrative powers, because she exercises administrative powers. The Constitution says two things. The Constitution places primacy on the protection of our children, and added to that now, it places primacy on the protection of personal data. So when you put the protection of children and the protection of the personal data of children, they come first. So she's not going to close her eyes and say, the Minister of Education has dropped the ball, so I cannot protect any child at any school until there's a budget allocation. No, every school is a data controller. They make the decisions as to how they process data. So what organizational measures, in the absence of any policy direction
from the ministry, yes.
In the absence of any policy
But
direction,
ministry does keep data in relation to schools in the same way, you know.
They
So
are,
that
they
is
are also
why
a data controller. They also have to
in
register.
relation to Mavis Bank too, and that is why I was trying to say.
But check this out, before you say that, Mavis Bank, right?
Yeah.
Mavis Bank may have a student information system, right? They may have a student information system. They even may have an LMS, right? But Jesse Repole might have a different one.
No, that's why I was saying to you, will the ministry, based on the intervention here, that I was just merely saying, we have to open our minds to what will emerge in terms of the network and the capabilities and the budget, whether they would say, we want to do this something regionally, or, you know, to get the resource regionally.
No doubt.
So I'm just saying, when we are specifying a school, we don't want to really mislead that decision is complete yet. That's all.
But we don't want to lose sight of the fact that there are some responsibilities that rest with the school, because the school is allowed to make some decisions that impact this. So there's more than one layer here, but what we need to accomplish here, because the working group that we spoke about before needs to understand, and in the terms of reference of that working group, we need to be clear on what that working group needs to do insofar as engaging ministry, education officers, all of those. But be that as it may, the school, board principal, et al., has a responsibility for this stuff, because Ministry of Education don't tell you yet what student information system to use. I don't think them tell you what accounting system to use either.
That's fine.
Right? So the fact that you have that autonomy exposes you to some baggage that comes along with this and requirements in the Data Protection Act.
Very important.
Even though Ministry of top set policy, and when something happens, they're asking board, and board is then asking you. You have some autonomy, and because you have that autonomy, you have some responsibility that's tied into here, Prof.
But then, Trevor, based on that point, you see, yeah.
If you ever say you're going to sell a curriculum about this thing, right?
Curriculum, no. I'm moving from the curriculum, which is understood that we're in the academia. So you see our private sector around and the academia is right here. It's a good thing that I sat in both, so I understand the thinking of two minds. The situation that you see on these slides here, you see from point 3, I think, down to point 8 are highly technical measures, and the autonomy that you just referred to that the schools will need to have. The assessment will already reflect, right, that there's a significant gap. You can have a system administrator sitting right there. You may not be doing sandbox testing of all the resources to ensure that, boy, the students, when they go in a lab, they don't perpetrate some type of attack. I already told you what happened. You take students submit an assignment and go in a lab and put the thing in the machine, and basically the entire lab gets corrupt and says, sir, I never know, but the virus that he wrote for a class in cybersecurity, it worked. It worked. So you get an A for the assignment. So that's what I'm saying. So what Trevor has on the slides are very important, which still needs to be taught at the level of the educator. It's not just the regular students in the class. So I have to advocate for the teachers in this case, colleagues, is that it might, listen, you see what Trevor is saying there is natural to him and the stakeholders.
Yes,
This is
but,
not,
but it doesn't have to be natural to a teacher.
But it's not.
It doesn't have to be either.
Yes.
Here's the thing, because we're going to get to this, because there's some good news here, and I was trying to save it. Some good news as it relates to the overwhelming nature of what you're seeing here.
It's not
that is my punchline at the end of all of this, But let us quickly move on to cover some of the rest of these things. Monitoring and controlling of access to sensitive data. Again, very important, because if you don't know who went into what information on your student information system, which teacher go fast in things that they're not supposed to fast in because your system didn't implement proper access controls based on their ID and so on. Again, cyber crimes are massive. Those things as offenses. Yeah. So access controls. So a situation where boy have 10 computers and one login for 10 of them. So that can't work. This thing where one teacher say, oh, yeah, mama, give my password and she log in on the computer. Cannot work. That is not an option anymore. Why? Because if Professor Nooks got Professor record account information, log into a system, make one bag of change up what sort of people grade and delete some information. You know what the system says? Professor record did it. So when Renato say, Mr. Record, we come for you. And Mr. Nooks sit down pretty. I say, what a terrible thing. So when access control, very important, because is that the IT manager who have all sort of access go into the system and pretend to be the principal and make some change. And suddenly you'll hear and read about principal of Mavis Bank does this, that, and the other. And there's no way to determine if you actually did it, because now it's your word over the system logs, right? Nobody arguing with those. But these are the things that are important because, again, security and its implication to criminal activity is very important. So you must be able to control access, but you also need to monitor it. Because if you're not able to determine who is doing what and when they're doing it, you also have a problem. To facilitate that, conducting security audits to make sure that your environment is constantly updated, is following the rules and the policies and the guidelines and procedures and all of that to ensure that your risk profile is low. Again, very important. Now, and I'm going through quickly because we're strapped for time. An important aspect of all of this, because I'd said earlier in the previous section, 80% of data breaches caused by people. And if people don't know, the breaches will continue. Yeah? If people don't know, they will continue to obliviously commit crimes as contemplated by not only the data protection legislation, but also the cybercrimes legislation. So again, it is important to now educate staff, board, principals, teachers, but also the students. Now, this is a slightly different thing because now teachers almost now getting some added responsibility that, look, you need to make sure the student you're not going off the rails as it relates to how he's using the technology that sits down in front of him. Additionally, that technology invariably may go home with them. And if the school is doing remote learning, that technology finds its way into the home. And the only people who can marshal and monitor the proper use of that technology is the parents, which means they too need to get some education. Now, as to who does that, and that is what we get with ministry and EOs and other stakeholders to determine, because in fairness, again, there's only so much the school can do to educate parents. It can, but there's only so much it can do, right? So education of staff, students, and parents, making sure that you have adequate access controls, systems that you use, making sure that you have policies and procedures that, oh, and here's the thing about policies and procedures, I forgot to mention this. Policies and procedures are important. Here's why. If your IT person leave, who come in must know exactly how things work. They must know how the system's set. And it is documented policies and procedures that set them along the path so that them don't have to reinvent the wheel. Most important so that is where you're going to now know, well, this is what I need from my school versus this other person who might be in a different position. This is what I need for my school. So when you're forming your environment and its particular, needs are contemplated as opposed to another school. We have different profiles. But the idea is The thing I want before we leave. Yes, man. Good news. Because here's the thing, right? And it comes back to what you're saying. Who are gonna do this? Where the money that come from? That. And it cannot be that all of this rests with the school, right? So let me put something to you. You know, that if policies and procedures needed to be created, policies and procedures are a common thing that can be created to apply to all schools. That one the gun, check off, easy. Why? You don't have to do it yourself. On the gun, check off. Yes. So that check off, that can be done and it don't impact you. But what needs to happen is you need to know that the one, policies are needed for this. And then when you get it, you say, all right, teachers, this is what I have to do now. But you don't have to find no money for develop policy. One gone, right? Performing risk assessments, which is a very important thing. One of the things that, it's going to be shameless now, right? One of the things that is important is to understand is that there are entities that do those things at predictable costs, right? And here's the thing. If you know what it's going to cost you to do that assessment, then you know what to budget for. Yes?
Yes.
Because most time, the first question is, how much that costs? Well, you know, we have to come and have a discussion with you to find out, you know, the size of your school and all of these different things. And so, well, if there were a way to have a predictable approach with a predictable cost, that lower your blood pressure immediately.
Build a framework.
Right? So what happens now is you can create programs for schools to get assessments. Yeah? In fact, if you know how many schools exist out there and you know how predictable the cost is per school, then you know what cost to do the whole high school then. Again, these are things that the discussions at the right level solve. The idea is you must know and understand that you need it and why you need it. That's the purpose of this thing. Educating your staff, students, etc. One of the things that educating your staff does is allow you to keep doing these things. So you have the staff. They may not just be able, they may not know how to do some of these things. Once you teach them, and once you put it in policies and procedures that every day, when your IT manager come in, you must do this, and this. Well, a lot of these activities become routine, like backup, incident response plan, all of these things. So again, this list looks intimidating, you know, but it's not as bad as you think. Because a lot of it, if we have a clever working group with a well-defined TOR, we can help the ministry and the schools get to the point where they need to be. Yeah. But if you don't know, and here's where I want schools See there? Look at that. And here's how I want the schools to, and the school management to agitate. Now you know what you are exposed to. The ministry, well, the minister fully understands and supports this. So what we need to get from the ministry is, okay, let's develop the, right? Here's the thing. You ask who are going to do all of this. But it turns out that there is an organization that was responsible for putting technology in classrooms, teaching. There's an teaching such is almost responsible for ensuring that you're in a good position to do that. So perhaps the question should be, is or can e-learning make itself available to help not only the Ministry of Education, but the schools to get to this point? Those are the discussions we need to have, because again, we're not reinventing nothing. We have a lot of the stuff there. What we need to do is, what did Don say? Not sensitize. I forgot the word you use. You know, it's like bolster the capabilities. What was the word you used? Strengthen. That's it. Yes, strengthen. Perhaps you need to strengthen institutions. E-learning may decide that, listen, given the time constraints that we have, we need to partner with the private sector to accomplish these things in a reasonable amount of time for you. So this mountain, not that high.
Sir Trevor?
Yes.
I would like to join you. I learned from Professor Thorpe. He has been very inspirational. No, to bring us here today, he's not in here now.
He's right there. Professor Thorpe, please join us. I don't want him to miss this. No, I don't want him to miss it. Yes, he's coming.
Right. No man, and it's serious.
So while we wait on him, so I hope, and I'm going to check if there are any questions online. Oh, here's a question that might be good for you, Chuck. The question is, and it's a really a statement, but you can answer it. It says, I believe if the commissioner closes the school, this will be obstructing the child's rights or right to education. What are your views as it relates to that?
Okay, agree, that's a dramatic position, but there's always a balancing interest that is always played among competing rights. So if it is, we know that a school registration list has gotten into the hands of child smugglers. And right now, the government of Jamaica is under significant pressure to demonstrate that we are implementing our legislation that protects against human trafficking. Okay. However, it's very clear that there is a school that has all their children's information available now, and it is very clear that there are human traffickers targeting schools to find vulnerable children that they can kidnap and kidnap and sell into slavery somewhere, either in Negril, in Oche, or in another country. I'm talking about real life situations here. So when we're speaking about protecting the human rights of individuals. That is what we're speaking about. And now there's an information commissioner who has that responsibility and that power. So if it is, she has to balance protecting children from being exposed to this international threat and real present imminent danger, and just saying, hey, school, just like when you have a public health inspector. A public health inspector, if she finds that a school needs for lockdown, she go and lock it down until you put the appropriate things in place. There is no difference. So that's how I would respond to that. Yes, for me to say that is dramatic and unfathomable.
You wanted to say something?
Yes, I want to say something,
Say
Professor
right.
Thorpe.
I want you to do that
Please,
and then.
please. So Professor Thorpe has been very inspirational, and I have to take my hat. Apart from the curriculum, all of those things. Yes, has been very, very inspirational. What appeared to be on the fly, and I've had occasion to work with him before. So I believe it was on the fly. He saw that there was a big need. Well, I don't know what led up to the conference, that webinar that was last month, but right. And then Professor Thorpe saw it, and from that discussion, he said, no, something more must happen. And he said, I am going to put on this 4-day conference for all the schools. And coming out of that, here we are. And apart from the commercial opportunities and this and that, I'm very happy to be here, especially what came out of yesterday when we have our e-learning, appreciating what's going on and saying, this is real, something needs to be done, and we are going to lead on doing it. So it's not every day, we come to a talk shop and some real things come out of it. This feels like something real came out of it. So going back to Professor, it came out of persons seeing a need to do something. Now I'm going to follow in Professor Thorpe's footsteps, because at the end of that, he gave this gift to Minister of Education, and I'm going to do this, and he did it. And I had to say, yeah, man, I'm with you, and I'm going to give my time too. I never knew it was going to be the 3 days, and I never know it's going to be all day for the 3 days, but I committed and I'm here. But I'm going to offer a similar gift now, because the question is, how do we simplify registration for the schools? Because that is not a Ministry of Education problem. It is not a Ministry of Education problem. So we have thought, well, and I shared the approach. We will look at some individual schools, and Mavis Bank has the greatest representation right here, and interest. So might well look to work with them. But having worked with them, we would make a model available for all schools, assuming that is the same profile of school, like a Mavis Bank, to say that these are some of the things a school like Mavis Bank should be looking at. So this is your inspiration. So
and not to leave you out in the cold, Chuck. I can't leave you out in the cold, because he's doing data protection. Because Chuck, now I tell you, Chuck have one toolkit like me too.
What's that?
You have a toolkit,
of course,
like me. So not to leave him out, but again, in recognizing that Mavis Bank is here, and them invest in the time to come and list to this thing, we'll come and do the technical risk assessment for you. But because again, this is the kind of thing, once the interest is there, you can't let it go to waste. But again, it allows you to see where you are, where you need to be, and it is also reflective of where everybody else is and where they need to be. So you say, well, no, you say, boy, I can't miss this, right? Can't go back to school because this is important. It was worth a while, right?
I'm gonna suggest, and Michelle is saying it here, that Salvation Army School for the Blind has been here for 3 days now.
Yes,
Participated,
yes.
Mr. Fisher?
Say-
Yes, so can you
going to be
include them,
trendy.
sir, in your
I'm going to be
technical,
trendy.
initial
I'm going to
technical
be trendy.
assessment?
I'm going to be trendy and say,
Mhm.
say less.
Okay, okay.
So we'll need your respective contacts and so on. Yeah. Good. So we're up on our
I think
up on
next
time.
one to join.
Oh, that's boy. Because you know, say the money gone way past the two we combined.
You know, it's funny because my comment was on a previous comment that Chuck had made about the child thing, and just to bring it back. But I mean, everyone in the industry knows that where it comes on to giving back to schools, I won't make any pronouncement here because I have a team that I have to go back to. You know, so I don't make pronouncements out in the public domain without enrolling the team first and foremost. So I can't make any pronouncement here. On the team's time, I can make pronouncement on my time, and I'm always available to assist in sensitization and everything. I was going to make a comment about what Chuck was talking about, but I'm not going to bring the conversation back, Chuck. I think we have gone past that. So I will hand back over to Trevor, but definitely I'll be taking this back to our teams. On our websites, you have different things, different toolkits, different templates that schools are welcome to pull down and to use in some of their assessments. And once you do those assessments and send them in, we will make comments on them and give guidance on that. But we're willing to engage in other ways. But I'm not going to throw my team into the mix without first a consultation.
Did
So
that a while ago.
Listen, so in all fairness, right? And let me say this because I need to watch it while it happens. In all fairness, since we offered that gift to the in-person participants, I'm going to offer it to one online participant, the first one who can type them school name inside of this thing in the chat. We will offer that same benefit. Watch out, Greenwich Primary. The first one. Greenwich Primary win,
They're coming like clockwork.
Yeah, man, them coming hard. Greenwich Primary window because they were quick on the draw. Very quick on the draw. So where's Greenwich Primary? Is that up Spanish Stone? Yeah, man, bulletproof vest. So so Greenwich Primary, we're gonna need so e-learning, you can get the contact information. So thank you, Greenwich Primary, for being fast on the draw and yes, a lot of schools have interest. So Mavis Bank, Salvation Army, and Greenwich Primary, and I'll get some benefit out of participating in this. We're up on our time, and I'm just going to turn it back over to, I'm sorry. Well, yeah, go on hard with the thing,
No, so the idea is really to take the learnings from these two schools to make it available to all the other schools. That's the idea.
And I like what them say Greenwich Primary, so I don't know. Some have a high school, special and primary. Yeah, no, sir. No, so
we're going to go to a tertiary institution in a private school, and then I think you have a cut off at some point, right?
What? Yes, I noticed one just came up. Primary and infant school, lower Buxton Primary and Infant School.
In Kingston.
Lower Buxton, where are they? Far. All right, so check this out, Lower Buxton, because you get a bus. Let me make sure that no other primary school, infant school is there. Oh, I see another one. Yeah, man, Lower Buxton. All right, so Lower Buxton, you get a bus. E-learning will contact you to get your information. So that's infant, special, high, and primary. We'll cover the gamut. All right, good. So, Prof, I turn it back over to you. And we just want to thank everybody for staying with us, indulging us, having the discussion. And again, let us not stop this. This is something that we have to keep going. All right? Good.
Thank you so much, Mr. Forrest, for making this a very lively and this panel. Let's give them a round of applause. All right. Well, we are now at the point where we're going to wrap up for today. I think we have had a very lively session and we have had a very informed full day of engagement about the action plan. As it is now, we have quite a bit of notes on the action plans, and the fact that all my other colleagues have been giving out gifts today, I don't think I need to give out any at all. Not today, right? You have to see some of the gifts, man. So it's really, yes, and the applause are coming in from the online community. So it was well received. I think coming to the end of day 3, what is very clear to me, and just following on from Trevor's presentation, is not a case that your mindset is one where you shouldn't be seeing these opportunities, but I still think there's a shift that has to still happen for the community of educators as it relates to the thinking, the deliberate thinking to treat with these matters. Now, tomorrow morning, we're going to be looking at the kind of spend. Yes, tomorrow morning. No, you may not necessarily be coming back tomorrow morning, but I don't think so. But there is a 4-day forum that ends tomorrow morning with a wrap up. And we have to take all the notes that you have provided over the 3 days and start coming up with a consolidation plan as to what will this cost? What will this cost? What is the ideation behind the kind of costing that we'll have to think about? Because all this will have to, in my view, go back to the ministry and the respective stakeholders, the PSOJs, if necessary, bring everybody to the table and say, well, listen, we have consolidated from this workshop that this is our positioning. So the funding is a very interesting matter, especially when Trevor made the last set of points about how you're going to put that in the line item of your budget. And I'm sure many of the schools don't, principal, you don't have that in your budget to do any of these type of things, incident response assessment, or probably to hire a data protection officer, to put into your into your school to ensure that it is complying with the requirements. Yes. So there you go. There in the next financial year. Yeah. So therefore, these are things. And when does that financial year start? Next year? Next April 1. Next week. Next week, right? Next week. That's correct. So it's a very timely activity we are doing. You can see. But Mark, some of these assessments have to be done even a year in advance in some cases. This might be going over into the following year as a part of the intentions based on this activity. But what I can say is that we have had an informed 3 days, and what we'll be doing going into day 4 is to look at the last, but equally, if not one of the most important items. How are we going to fund this so that we have an execution coming forward into the end of the session? So we'll be going up until midday. So I think this was a well-timed, well-executed, and I have to thank all the panel members here sitting behind for the picture taking, which we want to do quickly before we leave here this afternoon. And I want to thank them. If they can come tomorrow, I know they will come because they are such dedicated people. But yeah, it's the same people. If some of them will come, if they can come, right? They took a week off from their very busy schedules to ensure that they spend time with you as the educators and us, with us as the educators in ensuring the outcomes. So at this point, I'm going to ask Sir Lee to just give his final words on today's proceeding, and then we'll call it an afternoon, and we can do any post-session activity.
All right, thanks, Prof, and thanks, everybody. The numbers are still here and they're still online. The saying, the journey of 1,000 miles begin with a single step. And I think that it's clear to me over the last 2-3 days that making the steps in the right direction. I really want to thank again the team here. I don't know how we would compensate them, for their time to be here over the last couple of days, and given their expertise, their time, in such a riveting way. I don't think we could really compensate you, gentlemen. So again, thank you a million for your contribution, and to our participants. And I want to single out Mavis Bank. To see this kind of leadership is commendable. And we love to see that in principals. And when principals lead, we see their team following right alongside, right up there with them. So congratulations and keep it up. And I'm happy that the team here has agreed to, use your school and others as a model for creating a template to be used throughout the school system. So again, thanks for coming and participating. Thanks, everybody. And I guess we'll see you tomorrow, same time.
Thank you so much, sir. All right, so let's just take a quick picture with the panel, if I can. You're doing us the honors again. How are you doing, sir? Yes, thank you for your involvement, everyone. Good evening for what is left of it. I will see you again tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. for the finance planning session that comes behind this one. So thank you all and have a wonderful evening for what is left of it. Thank you.
Recording stopped.